Esta es nuestra tabla de contenidos. Listo, esta es nuestra tabla de contenidos. Bueno, se estimaba entre 30 y 40 millones. ¿Pero qué es el fraude alimentario? Es una modificación intencional del producto, del alimento, de tal manera que se incremente el aparente valor del producto. Para este problema existe una institución internacional denominada RAS, Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed, que lo que hace es recibir los productos y en caso encuentren algo sospechoso, reportarlo a un sistema. Acá tenemos algunos trabajos relacionados, por ejemplo, Zulen et al., en donde su objetivo era predecir el fraude alimentario de productos importados desde China. Utilizaban Bayesian Network para identificar este objetivo, utilizando el dataset RASF. Su accuracy era 86%. Otro es Bonesmark, donde su objetivo también era predecir el fraude alimentario de productos importados internacionalmente. Utilizaba el conjunto de datos RASF y la red bayesiana, obteniendo una accuracy del 80%. Y otro es One, que es su revisión de la literatura. Utilizó un algoritmo de Artificial Neural Network, que es el ELM Model, que obtuvo una accuracy de 86% para predecir los aspectos con respecto a la seguridad alimentaria. Otro, por ejemplo, es Nogales, donde hace una comparación entre algoritmos de Machine Learning y entre algoritmos de Machine Learning neurales y no neurales. Entre los neurales tenía Artificial Neural Network y el Convolution Neural Network. Bueno, en esta comparación demuestra que los algoritmos neurales son un poco más precisos, tenían una accuracy del 86,81%. La metodología que utilizamos de manera general fue el entendimiento del conjunto de datos RASF, primero con algunas gráficas y eso. Luego en la segunda parte, que es el preprocesamiento de datos, lo que hicimos es la técnica de One-Hot Encoding Technique, y además la eliminación de algunos elementos vacíos y la selección de los más importantes atributos. Después aplicamos el algoritmo, entre ellas teníamos lo que es Supervector Machine, Decision Tree, Nice Bayes, entre otros. Luego evaluamos la performance del algoritmo mediante tres métricas importantes, lo que es el AUC, el F1 Score y la accuracy. Y después obviamente escogimos el mejor modelo. El conjunto de datos RAS contiene 1.144 instancias de fraude alimentario registrado que van desde el año 2000 hasta el año 2020 y pues ha sido usado para hacer esta predicción. El conjunto de datos contiene esas cuatro variables, que es el año del fraude, el año en donde fue notificado el fraude alimentario, que va desde el 2000 hasta el 2020. La categoría de producto, que es alcohólico, puede ser productos alcohólicos, puede ser productos del mar, tipo pescado, moluscos, o puede ser pollo, carne, entre otros. Notified, que es el miembro de la región europea RASF, que es donde va a llegar el producto que van a importar. Origin, que es el país de donde está viniendo el producto. Fraud es el tipo de fraude, que puede ser HC o Illegal Importation. HC quiere decir que el producto no tiene un certificado de salud. Illegal Information quiere decir que el producto pues tiene una naturaleza que no está autorizada a entrar al país. Se ve la gráfica que se observa que la variable tipo HC tiene más cantidad de instancias, aproximadamente 722, y la otra variable tiene 421. Para la parte de procesamiento utilizamos One-Hot Encoding Technique, bueno, según el autor Yushu, debido a que, claro, como nosotros teníamos como 30 países y le asignábamos de manera normal la parte de categórica 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 hasta el valor de 30, al aplicar los algoritmos le iba a dar mucho más importancia al valor de 30 que al valor de 0, pero en nuestro caso no queríamos eso, queríamos que se le dé la misma cantidad de importancia, y por eso pues que utilizamos One-Hot Encoding Technique. Bueno, la otra técnica es eliminar las variables que tengan un dato vacío, básicamente porque en nuestro conjunto de datos, como tenía pocas variables de entrada, por así decirlo, pues más convenía eliminarlo que hacer por un autocomplemento o algo así, ¿no? Aplicamos estos algoritmos: Decision Tree, Multilayer Perceptron, Knife Bayes, Random Forest, Logistic Regression y Supervector Machine. Las métricas que utilizamos: Accuracy, Precision, Recall, F1 Score, que es como una especie de promedio ponderado entre Precision y Recall, y lo que es el AUC, o la curva métrica. Al analizar el multilayer perceptron vemos que, bueno, hemos analizado varias arquitecturas, aproximadamente 100 arquitecturas, y bueno, cuando hemos analizado de las 100 arquitecturas el error rate de cada uno, en todos los casos el error rate pues tendía a disminuir bastante cuando llegaba a la iteración número 1000, como se observa en pantalla. Y ese valor fijo lo hemos utilizado para el siguiente análisis, que es la que se ve en pantalla. Acá básicamente hemos utilizado hidden layers en número de neuronas. Una red neuronal está compuesta por dos cosas, capas ocultas y redes neuronales. Las capas ocultas lo hemos analizado de la manera siguiente. Primero utilizamos una capa oculta y una neurona. Luego hemos utilizado una capa oculta, 3 neuronas, luego una capa oculta, 5 neuronas y así sucesivamente. En cada una hemos calculado el accuracy y luego pasamos a 3 capas, una neurona, 3 capas ocultas, 3 neuronas, 3 capas ocultas, 5 neuronas y así sucesivamente, ¿no? En cada una hemos calculado el accuracy y hemos obtenido el mayor accuracy, en este caso, cuando tenía solamente una capa oculta, pero con 15 neuronas. Y es una manera de optimización, ¿no? Según el autor que está abajo. Cuando evaluamos las performances de todos los algoritmos de manera general, obtenemos que el mayor accuracy es el del multilayer perceptron, obteniéndose un 0,829, un AUC de 0,859 y un F-measure de 0,814. Se ve que supera en gran medida los otros algoritmos que hemos probado, como Random Forest, Decision Tree, Supervector Machine, Logistic Regression y Nice Bayes. La parte de discusiones, hemos visto que otros trabajos similares han obtenido resultados también. Por ejemplo, el de One ha utilizado un algoritmo LM, que es un algoritmo de tipo red neuronal, que obtuvo una accuracy de 0,86, similar. Y otro artículo, que es el de Nogales, también obtuvo una accuracy de 86,81% cuando utilizó el multilayer perceptron. Como parte de conclusión, con la utilización de la técnica One Hot Encoding Technique, Cross Validation, la utilización de 15 neuronas y una sola capa una sola capa oculta, con 15 neuronas, y la utilización del conjunto de datos RAFs, salió que el mejor algoritmo para este conjunto de datos y esta situación se obtiene con el multilayer perceptron. Para trabajos futuros se recomienda tal vez utilizar más variables categóricas, como puede ser Sperry Date Type, como variable objetivo, ¿no? En este caso utilizamos 2, pues podrían ser más, y pues son los que se ven ahí, Sperry Date Type, No Labeling, CID, Not Existing Off Route, entre otros, ¿no? Y la otra trabajo futuro puede ser el uso de Convolution Neural Network, que es otro tipo de red neuronal un poco más profunda, y pues se podría usar para hacer la comparación con los algoritmos que presentamos anteriormente. Y finalmente hacerle un deploy al algoritmo y hacer una página web o algo más, ¿no? Y eso sería todo.
Muchas gracias por la presentación. Tal vez hay una pregunta del público, por favor. Puede ser en español. ¿Quieres ser en español? ¿Tienes alguna pregunta? Tal vez. Por favor, yo tengo una pregunta. ¿Cuál ha sido en qué te has basado para poder elegir los algoritmos de clasificación que has utilizado?
En la parte de Related Work hay varios trabajos que recomiendan lo que es el Nice Bayes y bueno, hay uno en especial en los trabajos relacionados que es el de Nogales, que nos dice que utilicemos los algoritmos que presenta en pantalla, ¿no? que es el Supervector Machine, Decision Tree y los que se vio anteriormente, ¿no? Y aparte también lo del Multilayer Perceptron, que también lo sugirió el mismo autor, ¿no? Básicamente fue por sugerencia de los autores y el mismo conjunto de datos también.
Ya, y cuando en todo el proceso que tienes, en toda la metodología que has utilizado, ¿has hecho algún trabajo de preprocesamiento previo? ¿Y qué tipo de preprocesamiento hiciste?
El preprocesamiento que hice fue, bueno, como se explicó en la PPT, lo de One Hot Encoding Technique, que era la división de las variables. En vez de la conversión categórica clásica, utilicé esa porque si nosotros queríamos, como nosotros teníamos bastantes países, aproximadamente 30, si le dábamos la conversión categórica normal, pues iba a dar más peso al que tenía 30 y menos peso al valor 0. Y bueno, y One Hot Encoding Technique pues soluciona eso, ¿no? Por eso es que hemos utilizado esa técnica, la de One Hot Encoding Technique.
ves ambos y ves si es que realmente uno es mejor que el otro. No sé si has pensado en eso en algún momento. O One Hot Call le soluciona la vida y ya está.
Claro, hubiese sido bueno tal vez probarlo ambos casos y hacer una comparación, ¿no? Pero los autores también recomendaban usar One Hot Coding Technique, ¿no? Por eso es que dije, eh, tal vez ya asegurarme con One Hot Technique y ya no utilizar la otra, ¿no? Pero sí, sería bueno una comparación para asegurarme, básicamente.
Igual
Sí.
en cross validation, ¿has elegido algún valor para cross validation?
Sí, a base de la literatura se escogió 10 iteraciones, que es lo que recomendaban en los 4 que he encontrado. 10 iteraciones.
10.
Sí.
Porque si normalmente el valor de 10 se utiliza casi por defecto.
Ujú.
Pero también a veces cuando uno baja o sube estos valores puede obtener mejor resultado. O si no, también otra técnica era separar los datos en dos partes y probar con uno y hacer el training con el otro con otro jugador, ¿no? Para justamente evitar hacer este cross validation. ¿Cuántos datos tenías, perdón?
1144 instancias. Ujú.
Y justo, si tienes 1100 y pico solamente datos, ¿no has pensado en algún momento en hacer, utilizar algún algoritmo para poder aumentar la cantidad de datos, data
Ah,
augmentation?
sí, eso también pensaba utilizar la técnica de Smooth, por ejemplo, para hacerlo sobre muestreo de datos del menor cantidad de instancias, ¿no? Que era el segundo tipo, si no me equivoco, era el Legal Importation con 421. Pensaba utilizar el Smooth, pero ya básicamente por el tiempo ya no lo utilicé. Pero sí, también hubiese aumentado también en la cura, sí, porque creo que al momento de hacer ese aumento de variables, los algoritmos pues hubiesen tenido menos problemas, ¿no? Al momento de hacer la predicción.
Perfecto. ¿Alguna otra pregunta, chicos, por ahí? ¿Alguna pregunta? Genial, no hay más preguntas. Muchísimas gracias. Vamos a continuar con el programa, chicos. Ahí tenemos una charla que, no sé, que se va a llevar a cabo pero un poquito más tarde tal vez, entonces me parece que tenemos un espacio de unos minutos mientras tratamos de conectarnos con el profesor Rich de Microsoft. Entonces, si me esperan por favor unos minutos, tratamos de hacer la conexión para que podamos escucharlo por favor. Desde, si quieres tomar un poco más de tiempo, por favor. Un aplauso, por favor, para Carolina.
¿Qué tal? Buenos días con todos. No sé ahí si me llegan a escuchar. ¿Sí? Ok. Bueno, les voy a presentar mi tema, que es modelo dinámico para la gestión de seguridad de la infraestructura de las TIC. Es una tesis que desarrollé ahí con mi asesor, el profesor Rivas. Actualmente, la infraestructura de las TIC presenta un principal desafío tecnológico, que son la seguridad y ciberseguridad, según las encuestas de ISACA y Protiviti el 2019. Incluso se ha identificado que estos temas es uno de los riesgos más grandes según el Foro Económico Mundial, y la infraestructura de las TIC presenta una gran vulnerabilidad a nivel nacional en lo que es seguridad, ocasionando también lo que son pérdidas de datos, un 82%, pérdidas por lo que es la parte de dinero, y también pérdidas de interrupciones de operaciones, un 80%, calculado también por el Foro Económico Mundial. Para ello es necesario estrategias preventivas. Una de las encuestas de ISACA plantea que el 38% de personal se siente preparado, no se siente que está preparado para llevar a un ataque en su organización. O sea, hay muy poco personal que podría saber cómo actuar frente a un ataque. Entonces, una de las estrategias es realizar escenarios en lo que son los ataques. Ahí, como se puede ver en la gráfica, en qué medida influye en realizar pruebas o escenarios de ataques. Es un 47%, y que esto mejora lo que son las políticas que tienen las empresas, las organizaciones. Es por ello que he realizado un modelo dinámico, ya que se necesita un enfoque dinámico para estos temas de seguridad, ya que se van actualizando conforme el tiempo, y se necesita ver la evolución de las variables también en el tiempo, qué es lo que podría ocasionar, cómo se estaría llevando en base a indicadores. He considerado para ello en la infraestructura de las TIC tres aspectos importantes, que son ataques, vulnerabilidades y alertas. Tanto desde diferentes artículos, paper, tesis, encontraba estos tres puntos, y justo también de lo que es la organización en análisis, también justo encontré estos tres puntos. Los ataques son los intentos de causar daño, pueden ser que alteran la información o pueden ser también de fuga de información. Las vulnerabilidades son debilidades que tienen los sistemas, los activos de información, y las alertas son indicadores que un sistema puede estar en peligro. En base a estos tres aspectos importantes, he elaborado los indicadores de ataques, de vulnerabilidades y de alertas que muchas organizaciones en el área de seguridad presentan, y qué otras variables afectan a cada una de ellas. Es por eso que aquí se puede ver, para realizar lo que es el modelo dinámico, he seguido la metodología de la dinámica de sistemas. Para ello, lo primero es identificar qué variables son. Las variables iniciales son las de nivel, que ya les mencioné, las vulnerabilidades, ataques y las alertas. Luego tenemos a las variables de flujo, que es la que ven en color azul. Estas variables van a influir el aumento o el decremento de las variables de nivel. Y después, la que pueden ver en color negrito son las variables auxiliares, que son indicadores que pueden ir cambiando conforme al tiempo. Lo primero es el modelo causal. Aquí, por ejemplo, se puede ver dentro de esta imagen, aquí de color rojo, que son las variables de nivel, que son las vulnerabilidades. Incrementa lo que son el flujo de alertas de seguridad. Estas alertas de seguridad son influenciadas por lo que son la tasa de alertas de seguridad confirmadas, es decir, las alertas que no son por falsos dispositivos. Estos van a incrementar lo que son el flujo de alertas de seguridad. A su vez, al tener más alertas de seguridad, incrementan también lo que son el número de alertas remediadas, ya que se tienen diferentes equipos de seguridad en las organizaciones, que lo que hacen es lanzar alertas dentro muchas veces de los correos o las notificaciones que tienen los encargados de seguridad. Aquí pueden ver la tasa de remediación de alertas de seguridad confirmada. Esto es un indicador que tienen las áreas. Pueden ir ajustándolo acorde a los valores que tengan. Al tener más alertas remediadas, lo que hace es reducir la probabilidad de ataque. Es menos probable, ya que están solucionando las alertas. La probabilidad de ataque influye también a que la organización tenga más ataques. Ahí como pueden ver de color azul, y estos ataques están influenciados por lo que son las amenazas de seguridad. Las amenazas de seguridad a su vez tienen dos variables más, que son los exploits disponibles, que ya sean los códigos maliciosos que puedan tener en las organizaciones. Aquí estamos viendo en función de números, de cantidades, cuántos trabajadores tiene acceso a red, también son números en sí que influyen. Al tener más ataques, incrementa lo que es el total de ataques, que es una variable de nivel de color rojo. Estos ataques al tener más ataques, incrementa el flujo de ataques mitigados también, ya que las organizaciones tienen su tasa de ataques mitigados. Al tener más ataques mitigados, lo que hace es reducir los ataques que tiene la organización. Y este nivel de ataques, este total de ataques, incrementa lo que son la planificación de cumplimiento de políticas. La planificación de cumplimiento de políticas incrementa lo que es el control. Pero ¿qué pasa si las organizaciones no cumplen los controles? Hay bastante lo que es el incumplimiento de control, una tasa de incumplimiento de control. En este caso me he enfocado dentro de la ISO 27001, hay un dominio que es de comunicaciones, y en base a ello he sacado los valores para lo que es el cumplimiento o el incumplimiento de control, y a los datos que tenía la organización sobre los controles, ya que desde las áreas de seguridad de la información pasan una revisión por las diferentes áreas y ven si están cumpliendo qué control o qué control no se cumplió en ese mes. Pero ¿qué pasa si es que hay mucha tasa de incumplimiento de control? O sea, no se cumplen los controles que han hecho las organizaciones. Incrementan lo que son las vulnerabilidades, la empresa se vuelve más propensa a que sea atacada. Entonces, aquí, como podemos ver, hay un círculo que si no hacemos nada por contrarrestar, los encargados de seguridad pueden ver estas interrelaciones que tienen en sus diferentes indicadores sobre cómo influye cada una de las variables y qué variable es la que necesitan ajustar más, qué indicador es el que necesitan tener un mayor control. Sabemos que muchos equipos de seguridad tienen su dashboard sobre los diferentes ataques que pueden haber y sus indicadores que dan reportes a las áreas. Entonces, este modelo ayuda a los encargados a poder tener mayor visibilidad de todas estas variables y cómo así, en qué aspecto, en qué punto enfocarse. Después del modelo causal pasamos a realizar el siguiente. No sé si pueden pasar a la siguiente PPT. Ya. Después del modelo causal podemos ver el modelo dinámico. Aquí ya es el diagrama de Forrester. Aquí las variables que vieron anteriormente, todas ellas se plasman al modelo dinámico en sí. Aquí ya lo podemos ver cómo está corriendo con datos, con valores y cómo se puede ver. Por ejemplo, allá. En las variables de total de ataques, ahí se pueden ver 3 gráficos. Este es un ejemplo de 3 escenarios, pero en sí se ha hecho la prueba a 30 escenarios en diferentes meses para poder sacar los resultados. Aquí, por ejemplo, en los análisis de alertas, ataques y vulnerabilidades, los gráficos pequeñitos que vieron anteriormente, dentro de Benzin, que es la herramienta donde se ha realizado, se pueden ver, por ejemplo, lo que son los ataques. Ahí se puede ver el de color rojo, que es un escenario cuando en un mes la organización no estaba cumpliendo diferentes controles. Entonces, ¿cómo es que lo vemos? Si la organización se sigue manteniendo así, con esos indicadores, y no hace nada por contrarrestar ello, en 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 meses su nivel de ataques va a ir aumentando más. Entonces, tenemos que enfocarnos más en esta parte de los ataques, de las políticas que están influyendo en la organización. Aquí podemos ver también el color verde, que es un escenario normal en sí, que estaba en un nivel poco de ataques, y podemos ver el de color azul, que es en sí cuando cumplía todos los controles, cuando pasó por revisión y cumplía todos los controles, no estaba detectando en ese tiempo alertas. Entonces se puede ver que en el tiempo estaría bien que mantenga así la empresa. Eso también se ha probado con lo que es la parte de vulnerabilidades en los 3 escenarios y alertas de seguridad. Incluso Benzin tiene también, o sea, uno puede incluir estos 3 aspectos en la siguiente imagen, en la siguiente slide. Aquí podemos ver que se han juntado las 3 variables, tanto alertas, ataques y vulnerabilidades, y se puede ver en el tiempo cómo está la organización. Y en la segunda imagen se puede ver que ha hecho unos cambios en lo que son sus indicadores. Entonces se puede ver que en el tiempo, al mes 6, ya estaría bajando sus niveles de alertas de ataques y las vulnerabilidades que presenten. ¿Por qué es dinámico? Porque la seguridad tenemos que verlo desde un enfoque dinámico, no puede ser algo estático. Los valores cada mes, las organizaciones se están actualizando. Entonces, así he realizado más corridas durante más tiempo, según los datos, solo la información de los datos que presentan en los informes, en los reportes de seguridad que tienen las organizaciones. Aquí ya, por ejemplo, también quería comentarle que para la evaluación del modelo he realizado la evaluación de diferentes modelos de dinámica de sistemas, pero a veces en seguridad hay diferentes enfoques tanto por las acciones de las personas, enfoques tanto específicamente a equipos, enfoques tanto a ciertos indicadores. También hay lo que es la parte de inteligencia que se maneja, pero en este caso no he visto justo como el que les presenté, con este tipo de enfoque. Y también lo que he hecho es evaluaciones de diferentes modelos en lo que es la parte de seguridad, y todos coinciden de que un modelo dinámico es cómo se debe abordar esta problemática que se tiene en seguridad. Aquí justo ya para concluir, hay la siguiente PPT. El siguiente slide. Antes, un poquito antes. Sí, bueno, para dar las conclusiones es que el modelo ha ayudado a una mejor toma de decisiones a los encargados de seguridad, logrando reducir lo que son las alertas, teniendo una visión más sistémica de cómo actuar por los encargados del área y para prevenir ataques, y lo que es también logrando contribuir en lo que son la reducción de vulnerabilidades que tienen muchas organizaciones, ya que presentan esta información y es importante que ellos puedan saber tomar decisiones adecuadas, entrelazando diferentes indicadores que tienen. Como trabajos futuros puede ser aplicada a diferentes dominios de la ISO 27001. Ahí, como les comenté, los controles lo hice específico para el dominio de comunicaciones y en base a ello hice el cálculo de los valores que tenía la organización, pero pueden aplicarlo a diferentes dominios y los valores pueden cambiar porque los datos en sí se cambian y el modelo de todas las gráficas van cambiando. Se puede construir una aplicación con el modelo si así lo desean, se pueden hacer scripts que puedan correr y también se pueden incluir otros aspectos de los dispositivos en sí, justo al validarlo con diferentes áreas, lo que mencionaban es eso, ¿no? Incluir características de dispositivos, pero ahí sería un modelo más complejo, pero también es una posibilidad. Entonces, bueno, eso es lo que les quería presentar y contar con un enfoque de dinámica de sistemas aporta bastante a lo que es el área específicamente de seguridad. Muchas gracias. No sé si tienen preguntas.
Muchas gracias por la presentación. Tenemos algunas preguntas de repente del público, por favor.
Buenos días. Primero, felicitarle por su exposición y la pregunta que quería hacer era, esta investigación si ya se ha aplicado en alguna empresa, porque recuerdo hace poco, navegando en redes sociales, muchas empresas ya están empezando a aplicar con más frecuencia lo que es la ciberseguridad en sus diferentes aspectos, ya que últimamente hemos vivido un proceso de transformación digital en el cual casi todos los sectores productivos, entre otros más, del Perú se han estado enfocando eso conforme el contexto, propio contexto, ¿no? Pleno 2020, COVID, todo eso. Y este tipo de enfoques son muy necesarios. Así que me gustaría saber, si ya se aplicó, ¿en qué sector se ha aplicado?
Sí, bueno, esto justo se ha aplicado en el sector financiero, ya que ahí se manejan estos tipos de reportes, esa información, esa data, solo que también que no se puede exponer también la información de las organizaciones específicamente cuando son, ¿no?, las áreas de finanzas, pero sí se ha aplicado. Se ha hecho justo el caso con la data de un sector financiero. Sí. Bueno, sí, ahí también va a depender, acorde a los desarrolladores. Pueden utilizar diferentes lenguajes, o sea, más que todo para la parte visual. Si quieren exportar esa data, pueden usar scripts también en Bash, y lo que haga sea que corra el modelo y lo exporte a una data, que es script en Bash. Podrían hacerlo también con Java, acorde ya a cada desarrollador, y podrían poner su front, ¿no?, su parte visual también, acorde a lo que desea o esté más familiarizado, pero también lo podrían realizar, ¿no? Si es que lo quiere algo más rápido, podría hacerse un bash, llamar al servicio que está corriendo en Benzim, y podría exportar la data, guardarlo en algún archivo y tener ahí un sistema. Eso podría ser, ¿no? Depende de cada desarrollador, ¿no? En sí, los que están enfocados más a esta parte del software.
son bajos, especialmente en nuestro país. Con respecto a lo que ha mencionado, efectivamente, el tema de ciberseguridad en el proceso de transformación digital que viven las organizaciones es un tema muy importante, pero yo creo que tú te has enfocado aquí más al sistema de gestión de seguridad de la información en las organizaciones. Me parece interesante el hecho de que hayas considerado una de las herramientas más importantes que tienen, ¿no? Y te está basando en la ISO 27001, pero yo me supongo que también has considerado para los controles la 27002, ¿verdad?
Ajá, sí, la 27002 es la que detalla, ¿no? La 27001, ajá, y el GAP también, que es del COVID-5, y también lo que es el BIMS. Hay un modelo de ISACA, un modelo de seguridad. Dentro de ese modelo describe también un poco las interacciones entre las variables. Entonces, para considerar eso, también he considerado lo que es el BIMS, el GAP de ISACA y también la ISO 27001.
Muy bien. Entonces, mira, uno de los problemas fundamentales es de que definitivamente contamos con muchos estándares, pero muchas veces nos enfocamos tanto en los aspectos técnicos que dejamos de lado aspectos relacionados con las personas. Y uno de los aspectos fundamentales por el cual a veces esos estándares no son aplicados como deben de ser y no dan los resultados esperados es justamente por esa ausencia. Entonces, si bien he visto que el tema de políticas de seguridad de la información está incorporado en el modelo, pero hubiera sido interesante que revises la teoría de comportamiento planificado y mínimo se integren los tres constructos. Uno de los aspectos relacionados con el cumplimiento de las políticas de seguridad es la actitud del empleado, ¿no? La actitud del empleado, o sea, porque tiene que ver con el comportamiento, el cumplimiento. Y como estás tomando el tema de riesgo, vulnerabilidades, justamente se abren las puertas por el incumplimiento de las políticas de seguridad. O sea, dentro de todas tus variables, el incumplimiento de las políticas abre justamente el tema de riesgo, vulnerabilidades hacia la organización. Entonces, ahí el constructo, actitud del empleado es muy importante. Y entonces, cuando tú revisas la literatura científica, encuentras que en su gran mayoría muestran este constructo. El otro tema es el tema de la conciencia de la seguridad de la información, además del tema de la cultura en la seguridad de la información. Una organización que no tiene un enfoque, que no hay una cultura de seguridad de la información, definitivamente, probablemente ni las políticas la comuniquen a sus empleados, ¿no? La política es de cumplimiento obligatorio de los empleados. Entonces, yo creo que mínimo debería de verse algún constructo, incorporar en tu modelo, no sé en qué situación estará, el tema de la actitud. Y bueno, el TPB tiene la actitud, tiene también el tema de la autoeficacia y las normas, ¿no? Es decir, muchas veces nosotros actuamos porque de repente los amigos nos aconsejan, los familiares nos aconsejan o nuestros jefes nos aconsejan, ¿no? Entonces eso tiene que ver con las normas que ayudan a que si alguien está cumpliendo esa norma, también yo me voy a ver condicionada a cumplir. Y el otro tema es la intención de cumplimiento. ¿Hasta qué punto esa intención de cumplimiento va a hacer de que yo efectivamente cumpla con esas normas? Entonces, revisa el tema de TPB y ve, por lo menos, incorporar para mejorar un poco tu modelo esos aspectos, porque es importante que el tema de las personas esté incorporado en tu modelo, ¿no? Y eso, si revisamos los estándares, vamos a encontrar de que ese es un tema que se sobreentiende. ¿Por qué? Porque nos vamos mucho a los aspectos técnicos. Esa sería una mejora para tu modelo. Muchísimas gracias.
Listo, gracias. Sí, ahí para comentar, justo ya existen modelos que van sobre los aspectos de las personas, las intenciones que tienen, la forma de actuar. Ya existen modelos con dinámica de sistemas que aplican ello y hacen toda una evaluación justo con ese enfoque de personas. Entonces, por eso es que en el presente modelo ya no lo incluí y solamente puse cantidad de números de personas, porque vi que ya existía todo un modelo bastante complejo que tenía justo esos aspectos de las personas, la forma de actuar y varios aspectos justo del comportamiento del personal. Y ahí sí vi que se iba a poner un modelo muy grande y incluso las fórmulas son más complejas en las que lo desarrolla. Pero sí, igual, gracias.
Perfecto, muchas gracias.
Muy buena tu tesis, tu trabajo que has presentado, pero me gustaría más, he visto que mencionas el sector financiero, pero ¿qué tal que este modelo pueda ser adaptado también con quien habla, casualmente del Estado? Y la PCM está liderando el tema de la implementación de la norma ISO 27001 en todo el sector público. Y eso pertenece a un acápite de todo el tema del gobierno digital y transformación digital. Entonces, he visto, y como lo muy general, pero quisiera que precises si es adaptable al sector público, dado que tenemos gran cantidad de información y que actualmente muchas páginas web, correos que son vulnerables, que han sido vulnerados por los hackers. Actualmente hay bastante, digamos, ataques. Y nuestro sistema, a pesar que nosotros invertimos bastante en infraestructura, ¿no? Pero todavía seguimos teniendo esos problemas, ¿no? ¿Qué le faltaría a tu modelo, o de repente me dices que no, para implementarlo en el sector público? Gracias.
Listo, gracias. Bueno, en sí el modelo, como hemos visto, es algo general y tiene pocas variables, pero sí se podría adaptar para diferentes sectores. Lo que sí es cambiar los valores de los indicadores, y otro sería qué indicadores en específico está manejando el gobierno o la entidad. En base a sus indicadores, ponerlos al modelo y correr con la data que tiene la organización, ¿no? Por mes, y así ir viéndolo, ¿no? Ya que los valores que tiene el modelo no son estáticos, o sea, se cambian de acuerdo a la organización, de acuerdo al tiempo también, porque no es lo mismo este mes que el siguiente mes, y sí se podría adaptar. Es muy importante ver sus indicadores que tiene la organización.
Perfecto, muchas gracias.
Listo, muchas gracias a todos por su atención.
Recibimos un aplauso, por favor. Ok. Creo que... Ok, mejor utiliza este micrófono de aquí. Bueno, vamos a pasar a la siguiente presentación. So, I switch the talk in English. I'm very glad to... Professor Herman, it's okay? Okay, thank you so much. ¿Se escucha? Okay. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, it's for me a pleasure to introduce Professor Rich Caruana. He is a senior principal researcher at Microsoft. his focus is on intelligible and transparent modeling, machine learning for medical decision making, deep learning, and computational ecology. Before joining Microsoft, Rich was on the Faculty of Computer Science at Cornell, at UCLA's Medical School, and at CMU Center for Learning and Discovery. Rich PhD is from CMU. His work is multitasking learning, helped created interest in a subfield of machine learning called transfer learning. Rich received an NSF Career Award in 24, for metaclustering, Best Paper Award in 2005 with Alex Niculescu Misil, in 2007 with Daria Sorokina, and 2014 with Todd Kulesa, Silman Ameshi, Daniel Fisher, and Dennis Charles. And it was co-chair KDD in 2007 with Sindong Wu. So thank you so much, Professor Caruana, for help us with SIMBIG. And please, you can start your presentation.
Hugo, thank you very much for the introduction, and thanks to Hugo and Juan for inviting me to present.
Yes, it's okay now, I guess. I think.
Okay, are you able to see the presentation?
Yeah, it's okay.
Great. Okay, so we're going to talk about the risk of using black box models in machine learning and how modern glass box learning is really going to rescue us from many of these problems. Before I get started, I want to thank the many people who have worked on this project with me over the last 10 years. A number of graduate students in red, collaborators at Microsoft in green. You'll see I use a lot of medical examples, so I have a lot of doctors who have collaborated with me on the project. A number of faculty from different universities, including one of my advisors, Tom Mitchell, and then some other people from Microsoft. Okay, so let's get started. Machine learning has changed a lot over the years. There used to be perceptrons, k-nearest neighbor, decision trees, then the second coming of neural nets, then base nets and SVMs. Then we saw boosted trees and random forests and support vector machines. And then, as of about 10 years ago, deep learning came in. And deep learning is perhaps the single most exciting thing to happen in machine learning. But what's interesting is that deep learning is king of the hill for pixels and text and acoustic signals, but it is not king of the hill yet for tabular data. And by tabular data, I mean data sets where the features have meaning. For example, a feature like age or income or blood pressure. It turns out gradient boosted trees and random forests still tend to do better on those kinds of data sets than deep neural nets. Now, an interesting question is, we've seen many changes in the history of machine learning in what algorithm is preferred. Going forward, it's an interesting question. What will be the preferred method 5, 10 years from now? There's no doubt that deep learning is going to remain very, very important for signals like images, for text, and for speech signals. But for tabular data, it's not clear what is going to be the most important learning method going forward. And what we're seeing now is that data scientists want to use machine learning methods that are interpretable, can be explained, can be justified. So we think there's a chance going forward that, in fact, glass box machine learning will be the method of choice for tabular data. Now, you might think this doesn't make any sense at all, because you've heard that there's a trade-off between accuracy and intelligibility, that the most accurate models, deep neural nets, boosted trees, and random forests, these black box methods, they're very accurate, but they're just not interpretable. And that if you want intelligibility, you're going to have to take a loss in accuracy and use something like linear logistic regression. The good news is that for tabular data, this is no longer true. So we now have a learning method called explainable boosting machines, EBMs, which is just as accurate on tabular data sets as deep neural nets, boosted trees, and random forests. And it's even more interpretable than linear and logistic regression. Let me give you a little evidence for that. So here's 10 classification data sets that Belpress churned down to support 2. This is the average AUC on the bottom left on test data. And you'll notice the average AUC is 0.866. If we go to the right, we have full complexity models. These are black box things like random forest, gradient boosted trees that have their depth optimized. And these things also have an average AUC of 0.866. So on average, the glass box method, EBMs that we're going to talk about today, have as much accuracy on these classification problems as random forests and gradient boosted trees. Now take this with a grain of salt. I'm one of the authors on this paper. But here's some work from Cynthia Rudin and her students. And they also compared a number of glass box methods, including ours. And we turned out to be, EBMs turned out to be the most accurate glass box method. We won most of the competition here. And they also observed in their paper that the best interpretable models, in this case EBMs, perform about as well as the best black box models, which in their experiments also was gradient boosted trees. And I won't have time to talk about it today, but just so you know, we are also able to train the same interpretable models that we're going to talk about using neural nets. So I'll talk about EBMs, the boosted tree version of this interpretable model, but we can also train these same sorts of models now with neural nets. And this is a collaboration with Jeff Hinton at Toronto, some people at Google, and other people at Microsoft. All right, let's talk more about what these models are. They're a form of what's called generalized additive models, GAMs. And the simplest additive model is linear and logistic regression. The blue line is if it was linear regression. Logistic regression, you have to pass it through a sigmoid in order to convert the predictions from the linear model into probabilities that are on 0 and 1. Now, very interpretable models, straight lines are easy to understand. Unfortunately, not very accurate because it can't model nonlinearities. And sometimes it struggles so much on complex data that it actually gets the sign coefficients wrong. Some people tend to trust the signs of linear regression, and even the signs are not trustworthy. The other extreme, we've got black box machine learning. So this is things like random forests, boosted trees, deep neural nets. It's not very interpretable, that's why we call it black box, but it can be very accurate because it can model nonlinearities. One problem with these models, if you use something like LIME or SHAP to open them up and try to understand what they have learned inside, is that they're a little more likely to learn spurious effects, things that are not valid in the statistics of the data. And that's because they're very complex models. And to get the most accuracy out of them, you can't over-regularize these models. Now there's a space in the middle, and that's generalized additive models, of which EBMs, explainable boosting machines, is just one example. And these can be even more interpretable than linear and logistic regression, and that's because they generate curves that look kind of like this blue curve. And in the hands of an expert, this is even more interpretable than a very coarse straight line. Notice that risk maybe is flat here, it goes up slowly, then it goes up rapidly, then it flattens off. And if you're to the left here, it goes up a little bit on the left as well. A straight line can't model that kind of detail, but human experts are really good at recognizing this sort of detail and understanding it. So these models can be very interpretable. You're going to see many examples of them in the presentation. Because these things are modeling nonlinear effects, they can be very accurate. And one thing that's important is because they're restricted to be interpretable, that prevents them from being too complex, it turns out that when they show you something, it's likely to be a real effect as opposed to a spurious effect. Now, we didn't invent these things. They were invented by Trevor Hastie and Rob Tibshirani in the late 80s. These are two very famous statisticians at Stanford. So these things were invented a long time ago, before the internet, before powerful computers, before big data sets, and before most of machine learning has happened. And our contribution is going to be to put these generalized additive models that they invented a long time ago, 40 years ago, is to put them on modern machine learning steroids and to take advantage of all the computer horsepower that we have now to really make these as accurate as possible. And in the process, we're going to maintain the intelligibility of these methods, but we're going to get them as active as these black box methods, which is really remarkable. Let me tell you a little bit more about this model class. So on the left, we have linear models. That's an intercept, slope times a feature, slope times a feature. Usually you don't even plot a linear model, you just have a table of the beta coefficients. On the right, I'm not even going to write a function for this, it's just some arbitrary function of all the available features. In the middle, this is the simplest additive model. Y is a function of x1 plus a function of x2. It's a function for every feature. So those functions can be nonlinear, multimodal, much more complex than linear. Linear is a special case of this, where the functions must be straight lines. Now we can make this model class richer if we want. This is the sum of functions of individual features, that's the line above. And we can have a sum of functions of pairs of features, and now do pairwise interactions. And we can do functions of three-way combinations of features and do three-way interactions. And we can go further, four-way and five-way interactions. But we're going to restrict ourselves to main effects, functions of individual features, and then a small number of the most important pairwise interactions. And the reason why we restrict ourselves to this model class is because this class remains intelligible. And then the surprise is that if we fit this very, very carefully, we're going to get accuracy comparable to the black box methods, which do not have these restrictions. Okay, let's jump into the first example. This is a pneumonia data set, and you might have heard this presented before. We're going to spend a good 20 minutes talking about this data set so that you get comfortable with the models. And then we're going to rapidly go through a half a dozen other data sets. It'll only take us a few minutes on each of the other data sets once you understand how the model works. This data set's very old, and it has 46 features. And this model class is a function of a feature plus a function of a feature. So we're going to have 46 functions, one for each feature. And then we'll throw in 10 pairwise interactions. So that'll actually give us 56 functions total. At a high level view, this is what it looks like. So here is risk. We're trying to predict in the pneumonia data set the chance that the patient would die from their pneumonia. So we're predicting mortality. So this is risk as a function of the patient's age. Risk is a function of whether the patient has asthma or not. At the bottom, we have risk as a function of their blood urea nitrogen. We'll talk more about that. And the way you use this is you look up the patient's age on the x-axis, read off some contribution to risk on the y-axis, and then you write that number down. You go to the next graph, you read off the y-axis, write a number down. You're going to end up, remember we've got 56 functions plus an intercept. You're going to end up with 57 numbers here. You add them together. These are on a log scale, so if we're doing probabilistic classification, these are logids. You add them together, and then it's good old standard logistic regression. 1/1 plus e to the minus score. So, and that's how we convert this score on a log scale into probabilities. And if this had been a linear model, each of these graphs would look like a straight line. And up in the exponent here, we would have a straight line. But our model is these nonlinear functions. So it's as if up in the exponent, we have all of these graphs sitting up here. Think of this as nonlinear logistic regression. And the way these scores work, they're on a log scale. If you were to predict the sum of scores is 0, that would be a 50-50 chance of a positive event. If you predict +1, that's a 75% chance of mortality. -2 is sort of a 10% chance of mortality. So a log scale here that's very important to realize that a small increase in risk or decrease in risk can be very significant. And we've got 57 terms in the model, so if one term raises risk by 0.3 or 0.4, that's a big contribution from a single term. Okay, we're going to see many graphs that do that. This is the age graph that we just saw. So let's zoom in and look at that age graph. So this is risk as a function of age. The bottom is just a histogram of our patients. Most patients are between 60 and 90. Some are younger and some are older. The top is what the model has learned about risk. And it's very important. The model has learned this while also learning all the other graphs at the same time. So the model is learning all of these functions of all of the features. It's learning them all in parallel. That's very important. This is not statistical marginalization. Now, let's interpret it. Down is lower risk, up is higher risk. So let's read the graph. Well, lowest risk is anybody under 50. And the model doesn't seem to distinguish between people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. It just thinks they're all equally low risk. It could distinguish between them if it needed to, but it doesn't see any statistical evidence for this. Then risk goes up slowly as you go through 50s into your 60s. Risk rises pretty rapidly at about 67, 68, 69. This is data from the United States, and this is a retirement effect. We often see this in healthcare data in the United States. That risk actually goes up with retirement as opposed to down. Then risk climbs pretty rapidly as you're going through the 70s and into the 80s. A surprising step function rise in risk right at a very round number at 85. Surprising flatness in risk in the upper 80s and 90s, and an even more surprising drop in risk, just above 100. This rise in risk at 85, there is nothing in the United States in healthcare policy that says you should treat somebody who's 86 differently than somebody who's 84. But we think what is happening is the average life expectancy in this very old data set is about 80. So people who are over 85 are definitely on the elderly side of being old. And we think they're receiving a little less aggressive care than patients who are younger than 85. So, for example, you might be thinking, well, Grandpa's 87, has the illnesses associated with being this old. Because of those illnesses, Grandpa now has pneumonia. The first round of antibiotics didn't help. Maybe we're not doing Grandpa any favors by continuing to fight for his recovery. And it used to be that pneumonia was sometimes called the old man's best friend 30 or 40 years ago when this data set was collected. We don't use that phrase anymore, but that kind of underlines the fact that for very elderly people, sometimes we might be a little less aggressive in our treatment of pneumonia and allow pneumonia to be the illness that ultimately kills the patient. Now there's a really interesting drop at 100. The rise at 85 we think is a social effect. So it's not a biological risk here. It's not like your biology knows you're suddenly 86 as opposed to 84. Similar thing there at 100. Pneumonia is a reasonably treatable illness, and if you've made it to 100, that's a very rare thing. That's being a centenarian. And doctors do not want patients who have made it to 100 to die under their care. They want to go for the record. They want to do everything they can. Maybe the patient's 101st birthday is 2 months from now. They want to get the patient to that 101st birthday. So they will do everything they can treating these patients in order to try to get them past their pneumonia. Doctors, when I present this kind of evidence at a medical conference, assure us that that is probably the explanation, that they really do go to extra effort for patients who have made it to 100. Okay, let's back off for a second. Now there are 56 graphs in this model in the interset. Turns out this model is the most accurate model anyone can train on the data. So that's kind of amazing. We've gotten all of this detail. It's good to be young. Young seems to be under 50. 50s and 60s, not too bad. Retirement can hurt you. Getting old is bad for your health, as we'd expect. But going over 85 puts you at extra risk. But if you make it to 100, doctors will do everything they can to help you. That detailed story was learned without having to lose any accuracy whatsoever. This really is the most accurate model we can train in this data. It's more accurate than your own specific trees and rainforests. This model also is not an approximation of some complex model that's sitting in the other room. This is not a shaft or line explanation of a more complex model. These graphs actually are the model. Even though it's boosted trees in the algorithm, the boosted trees are designed so that they generate these graphs, and then we throw the trees away, and the graphs are what we keep. So this really is the model. And that gives us an interesting property. Turns out, nobody really thinks a 105-year-old is lower risk than a 95-year-old. Biologically, that doesn't make sense. With this kind of model, we can edit the graph. And if we edit the graph so that risk, just say, goes up monotonically past, say, age 85, then the model will do exactly what we've asked it to do. Okay, so we can really edit these things if we believe it has learned something inappropriate. Accuracy on the test set will go down slightly, and that's because our test set is a random sample from our training set. And the statistics in the training set and the test set definitely say that people over 100 are a slightly lower risk. and now we're going to make them higher risk. But doctors are confident that making this edit to the model makes the model safer to use and more accurate when it's deployed in the real world. Because we don't want it, we don't want the model to predict that patients are low risk. If the reason why they're low risk is because they got extraordinarily good care. Because if the model predicts they're low risk, maybe they won't get that care, so then it won't be true. So we don't want that to happen. Now, if you're an insurance company, you maybe don't want to edit the model. You can just leave the model the way it is because you're not going to intervene in the patient's care like a doctor will. So a doctor might want to edit the model, but it turns out an insurance company may not need to edit the model. That's very important. It says that the accuracy of a model, whether the model is safe to use, correct to use, depends on exactly how you're going to use the predictions. For one use, such as clinical treatment, you might need to correct the model. And yet for other uses, say health insurance, you might not need to correct the model at all. Let me show you some interesting things the model has learned, and I'm going to show you a bunch of corrections that we want to make to this model. Well, there are jumps at round numbers, and there are some more examples of those. The model has learned that having asthma, these are the asthmatics on the right, is good for you. Notice that risk goes down. The model has learned that having heart disease and recurring chest pain, that's on the right, risk goes down. But that's good for you if you've got pneumonia. And the model has learned that having a kind of wheezing called stridor, which is a sign of advanced pneumonia, is also good for you. Okay, the risk goes down. Now, why would risk be lower for somebody who's got a history if they've got pneumonia? That doesn't make any sense. Well, the doctors tell us, you know, the asthmatic is paying attention to their breathing. They notice the symptoms of pneumonia. They don't know it's pneumonia, but they notice the symptoms. They try their inhaler or other med. It doesn't work. It's not designed to treat pneumonia. They have a doctor who treats their asthma, so they know who to call. The doctor says, oh, the inhaler didn't work, get in here, so they get an early appointment. And then the doctor hopefully diagnoses that they've got pneumonia, and the doctor is thinking, wow, you got a history of asthma, that's serious. And they get very high quality care, and they get it very rapidly because they were paying attention and they knew who to call. A similar thing is happening with the heart disease patients. So imagine a patient who had a heart attack maybe 3 years ago. They wake up this morning, their chest feels funny, their breathing isn't quite right. They don't know that it's pneumonia. They think they might be having another heart attack. If they're smart, they call an ambulance, they get to the emergency room within an hour, they get to the front of the line, and within a minute after putting the probes on them, they know they're not having a heart attack. Later in the day, they diagnose that they've got pneumonia, they're already in the emergency room, they get very high quality care, they get it very rapidly. So basically what's happening here is, if you've got a history of asthma or a history of heart disease, you're going to get to care faster, and you're going to get very high quality care for your pneumonia, and both of those things are so important that it actually lowers the risk of these kinds of patients, even though doctors are confident that asthma and heart disease are bad for you if you've got pneumonia. Well, how could wheezing associated with a blocked airway be good for you? It's like advanced pneumonia. It turns out it's a symptom you can't ignore. And there's nothing more valuable if you have a treatable illness like pneumonia than to have a symptom as early as possible that you can't ignore. Imagine two patients, both of whom are high risk from their pneumonia, but one has silent symptoms and the other has this kind of wheezing that you can't ignore. This kind of patient will get to care faster on average than the silent symptoms. And that getting to care faster is good for the patient. Okay, doctors assure us that none of this is true statistically in the data, but it's true only because of the treatments that the patients receive and how quickly they receive those treatments. It is not intrinsically biologically true that these patients are low risk. So we can edit these models to flatten the risk, or more likely, the doctor can say, no, the asthmatics are higher risk, heart disease patients even higher risk, and the stridor patients with advanced pneumonia are even higher risk. So we can do those edits. And once again, accuracy on the test set will go down slightly because the test set actually says that each of these things is good for you, even though the doctors are positive that these things are not good for you. So this sort of tells you that accuracy on a test set is not sufficient to know that your model is correct and safe to use. Even worse, if you were to leave the model the way it is, it's an additive model. So a 105-year-old patient who has a history of asthma, who had a heart attack a few years ago, and who now has advanced pneumonia, they have stridor. This is because all of these things lower risk, right? So when that starts, high-risk patient, that just so you don't want the model to do that. You have to correct it somehow. And by the way, even worse, if you leave the model the way it is, it gets rewarded with high accuracy on set. You think the model is even better than it is because it makes these wrong predictions. So it's very important to correct these things. Now, you might think you can correct it by removing the features. If the model doesn't know the patient has a history of heart disease, how can it predict that they're low risk? It turns out there's enough correlation between heart disease and other features like age and diabetes that the model will learn that heart disease suggests lower risk from the other correlated features. And that's because the training signal is really where the bias is. It's not the input features. So you can't just remove features in order to make these things go away. And I think we all understand that, for example, if you're worried about race bias or gender bias, you can't just remove and hope that the bias goes away. Bias is much more complex than that. So what we do is we make sure that we keep these features in the model, we see what it has learned, and then we correct the model. Okay, now I'm telling you all these terrible things that the model learns that have to be corrected, and the model's not safe to deploy unless you detect and correct these things, which is true. It turns out most of what the models learn is actually correct. I'm not going to show you those graphs. And some of what the model learns is actually very informative. So sometimes we can actually learn new medical science from these graphs. This is urea nitrogen. That's a blood test we've all had. It's a very common blood test. This is as expected. Risk doesn't start going up until you hit about 30, 35. And then notice that risk flattens right around 50. And then risk eventually starts going up again. And then it peaks at 100 and then starts coming down. And this is not biologically correct. So it turns out risk should just keep going up past 50 and keep going up past 100. The higher your blood urea nitrogen, the higher risk you are. What we're seeing are treatment effects. They start to give a medication to the patient at 50, and that is very effective, and it lowers mortality risk, which is great. So we have an effective treatment for high blood urea nitrogen. At 100, what they do is they start giving dialysis to the patient. And by 110, 120, if you're eligible for dialysis, you're getting it. And that's so effective of a treatment that the patients who are at 120 actually have lower risk than the patients who aren't getting dialysis at, say, 85 or 90. And doctors were very disappointed that the patients who were more sick, had a higher blood urea nitrogen, were actually lower chance of mortality than the healthier patients out at 85 or 90. So we're able to do a kind of what-if analysis of this model and can estimate that if we move the treatment threshold, instead of being 100 to, say, 85 or 90, that the risk curve would look no worse than this red line, probably come under it. And the area between the red line and the original curve is lives saved. So in the United States alone, which is just 3% of the world's population, for just pneumonia, that's just one illness, for just one blood test, blood urea nitrogen, and for just one treatment, dialysis, it turns out we can save 2,500 to 5,000 lives per year. And that's just the US. If we do this worldwide, we're talking 50,000 to 100,000 lives per year, just by learning something with an interpretable model that's being trained on observational data. So that's really kind of remarkable. And you know, one sign that the care was suboptimal to begin with is odds that, and 100 were the optimal treatment thresholds, you know, for these two medications and treatments, right? The odds are 0. That 50 and 100 just happen to be the optimal place to do it. The doctors also looked at the graph and said, you know, risk is very high at 40. Maybe we should start giving this medication, which is very safe, to patients earlier than 50. So we can save lives at both ends of this graph. Treatment effects are all over our data set. This is systolic blood pressure. The higher of your two blood pressures, you notice that risk goes up near 175 and then it starts to come down. As your blood pressure gets higher, it goes up near 200 and starts to come down, goes up near 225, starts to come down. That doesn't make any sense, okay? The higher your blood pressure, when you're over 150, the worse it is for you. This is because the patients are hitting different round number treatment effects. And as they cross that round number threshold, they start getting more aggressive treatment. But just to the left of that round number, they get less aggressive treatment. So doctors are using round numbers to make decisions all the time. Okay, let me jump into a different data set now. So we're no longer talking about pneumonia. This is mortality, chance of dying in the ICU. And I'm just going to show you one feature. This is PF ratio. It's a measure of how well you're breathing. And patients who are not breathing well are down here on the left side of the graph. And it's adding a lot to the risk. Remember, this is a log scale. So this is +1. And the patients who are breathing fine are out here near 1,000, and their risk is much lower, say -0.3. So that's a difference in the odds ratio, almost 4 to 1, between the highest risk patients and the lowest risk patients. Weird in this graph, which is what is this bump down that's happening right here? And you might think it's a round number. It turns out it's not a round number in English units or metric units. It's 323.6. Here's a clue. It turns out it jumps down to a risk that's equal to the lowest risk anywhere on the model. And then to the left of that, to the right of that, is higher risk. So it's lower 23 points. And this data there, and this continues. 60% of the patients are missing this PF ratio test. And that's because they pinch your finger, and if pink returns quickly, your blood oxygen is fine, and they don't bother to measure the test. 60% of the patients are missing it. Those are the healthiest patients. And then before we got the data, the missing values were imputed with the mean, which is right here in the graph. And the model is doing everything it can to predict that people right at the mean are low risk, while everybody near them are high risk. Now, you don't want the model to do this, okay? And you might think we could edit the model, but there is a problem with that. If you leave the model the way it is, it'll be good for patients who have been imputed with the mean, because it'll predict their low risk. But there are real patients who have a 323.6, and it'll predict their low risk when in fact they're not low risk. And if you edit the model by making this flat and getting rid of the bump, then if you have imputation with the mean, you'll suddenly be predicting that a lot of healthy patients are elevated risk, which is also not true. It turns out the only way to fix this, there is no imputation method. We've tried them all. There is no imputation method that solves this. You end up having to treat missing values, in this case, as a unique value. Every imputation method makes it worse. And what we found is that intelligibility has just completely changed how we think about missing values, because now we can try every way of dealing with the missing values. We can look at the resulting model, and we can see which one is best. And it's really quite a big surprise to us. Let me talk about this housing price data. This is regression as opposed to classification. And here we're trying to predict the value in US dollars of housing that's been, in this case, we have a lot of features for the housing. We have the size of the housing, the number of bathrooms. We have the year in which the housing was built. And that's what this feature is. And this feature base says some older housing is high value, some newer housing is high value, and housing that's, say, 30, 40 years old, built in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, that's lower value. But there's an anomaly right here at 1989. This is adding $600,000 US to the value of how 1989. That doesn't make any sense. So we go to the data set, we do a search on 1989, and this is what we find. We find there's a bunch of properties. They have different bathrooms and square footage, so they're different size. But they're all valued at $8 million. All the same value. That doesn't make sense. What we think has happened is that these are all condominiums. We think what's happened is accidentally, each condo, each apartment has gotten the value of the entire building. So all of a sudden we have a whole bunch of apartments in a building, but they've all been given the value of the building, and all of a sudden we have an outlier. So one of the things we can do is we can edit this kind of graph to remove this effect, or we can remove these things from the training set, or we can go and find the correct value for these properties and put it in the training set. So it's nice when just looking at a graph of what your model has learned can help you easily debug some properties of data that you're using to train the model. This is really fun. This is Wikipedia. And it turns out they have almost 200,000 edits per day, and about 10% of those edits are considered malicious. That is, a person's trying to spread fake news or otherwise damage the page. And what they do is they don't have enough editors to look at every edit and check it. So they use machine learning tools in order to try to find the edits that are most likely to be malicious intent. And this is a model we trained with them 3 or 4 years ago. And this feature, this graph, is risk of the edit being malicious, again, vertically on a log scale, as a function of time, also on a log scale. So this is the number of seconds since the person has registered to be an editor at Wikipedia. And it's a huge vertical scale. We've got +2 and sort of -0.5. So that's a range of 2.5. That's a 20-to-1 odds ratio. The people who have been editing for a short period of time are 20 times more likely to be doing something malicious than people who've been editing for a long period of time. Now you'll see a number of bumps in the graph. The interesting thing is each bump corresponds to a round number unit of time. This is 9, remember this is a log scale on the x-axis as well. This is 9 months, 1 month, 5 days, 30 minutes, 60 seconds, and 5 seconds. So that tells you that the model is learning something interesting about how human editors interact with time. Let me explain just one of these. This is the most important one. Notice that if you've been editing less than a month, you're much higher risk than if you've been editing for more than a month. Turns out, Wikipedia, if you register to be an editor, it automatically logs you out after a month. And the only way you can continue being an editor for more than a month is if you remember your password and ID and you go to the effort of logging back in. And we think many people whose intent is to do things malicious either do not log back in, already did what they wanted to do in the first month, or if they do log back in, they use a new ID and a new password. So that means they wouldn't look like they had been there for more than a month. What's really interesting is Wikipedia used this leading up to the 2020 election in the United States, which was very contentious. They used this to protect about 2,000 election-related pages. They basically said that we don't want any fake news being spread leading up to the election on these pages. So they made a policy that you had to be an editor for 30 days or more to be able to edit any of these pages. And that's because 30 days or more puts you on the safer side of this graph. Okay, so that's great. So this is a case where an interpretable model trained on some data can help us change a policy that in this case we need to help with elections. Let me show you some severe maternal morbidity data. This is really fascinating. This is a medical problem. And maternal morbidity means that, something happens to the mother during delivery. So the mother needs a blood transfusion, has an embolism, perhaps needs surgery, things like that. And if you ask doctors, what are the factors that would put a mother at higher risk for maternal morbidity during delivery, they'll say, well, if the mother has a history of hypertension, history of diabetes, if the mother is obese, factors like that. These are very important factors. Our model completely agrees. But our model says that 2 factors are even more important than this. One of them is the size of the baby. The larger the baby, the higher the odds that the mother will have challenges during delivery and will need some sort of special treatment, such as a blood transfusion or surgery. That's the single most important factor, is how big the baby is. The second most important factor is how tall the mother is. Now, maternal height doesn't make sense. It turns out we don't have a measurement in our data set of the size of the pelvic opening. So height of the mother is a sort of proxy for the frame size of the mother, how big the bones are, the skeleton of the mother. And that gives us a rough idea of how big the pelvic opening is. And it's exactly what you would expect. The larger, the taller the mother, the larger the frame of the mother, the smaller the risk. So the model is basically saying that the physics of birth is very, very important. A large baby coming from a smaller mother will put the mother, and it turns out the baby, at higher risk. But if it's a smaller baby, possibly coming from a taller mother, that will put the mother at less risk. It'll be an easier delivery. And we immediately created a ratio of these things. So this is a body mass index specifically designed for pregnancy. It's the baby's weight divided by the mother's height squared. And if we create this feature, it immediately becomes the single most valuable feature And it's exactly what you expect. As the size of the baby relative to the height squared of the mother increases, the mother is at higher risk. Okay, this is really, really fast. This is a cancer clinical trial. This is risk as a function of age. And if you look at the first part of the graph, risk is going up with age, as expected. And then the risk drops right at 76. And in fact, risk is quite low at 80. So that's a surprise. So we've asked doctors why this is happening. And it turns out this particular study, you weren't allowed to be in the trial unless you were 75 or younger, or if you were over 75, you had to be extraordinarily healthy. So the doctor basically said, you know, our 80 are actually probably on average healthier than our 65-year-olds, because if they weren't, they wouldn't be allowed to be in a study. And what the model has detected is that there's this bias in how patients are admitted into the study. And it uses this model in the study. It's perfectly fine. It's lame. But if you're going to up with age, that it sort of fits the rest of the curve. Let's talk about COVID-19. This is risk as a function of age of dying from COVID-19. And it's very similar in many ways to the pneumonia graph. For example, risk is pretty flat in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. And we have rises at risk at 55 and 85, like we saw before. Here's something interesting. We have a very rapid rise in risk at 95, as opposed to a drop in risk at 100. So why are we seeing that? The U.S. Patients over 95 were on do not intubate or aggressive procedure, and the elderly survived. We're on do not intubate orders, and because this treatment was not available to them, they were at elevated risk if they needed. This is the difference between higher than women, and this is common with many respiratory illnesses. And if a woman had, say, a 10% chance of mortality, age 85 and a number of illnesses, a man who was the same age 85 with the same illnesses would have maybe a 14% chance of mortality. That's a huge discrepancy. This was one of our first discoveries. This is your lymphocyte count. And risk is very high over on the right for people with high lymphocyte count. We expected that. It means they have a bad infection. The problem are also very high risk. And these are immune infections. So this was a surprise, and there are now many papers that talk about this. This is interesting. These are that you could be taking prior to being admitted. Top, low risk. Ulcer disease. Aggregation inhibitors are things like aspirin and ibuprofen. So these are NSAID medications. Peptic ulcer disease, that seems unrelated to this, but it turns out a lot of things like Alka-Seltzer, over-the-counter remedies for peptic ulcer disease, also have aspirin in them. So we think both of these things are low risk because of aspirin. So that's just interesting. You know, in the risk factors are XA inhibitors, antacids again, ketorolac, and ibuprofen. And these again are NSAIDs, and there's NSAIDs in the antacids, there's aspirin in those. And it turns out factor XA inhibitors are also anticoagulation medications. So all of these medications have an anticoagulation effect on platelets. And one of the ways of dying from COVID-19 is through blood clots. What's interesting about this is there are meds that they give you in the hospital for anticoagulation, and they'll typically use a medication like warfarin or heparin. Those are the bigger hammers that they tend to use in hospitals. Interesting is these are not associated with lower risk. Now, it could be that patients who are getting these more aggressive treatments are higher risk, and that's all the model has learned. What we think, though, actually, is that it turns out warfarin and heparin work differently than these platelet effects. And we think what's happening is that for COVID-19, it's actually better to have the platelet inhibition than it is to use warfarin and heparin. And and we've talked to an expert in this, and they think that this sort of aspirin effect is real, that the thrombosis that we see in COVID is not driven by thrombin. Instead, it's platelet mediated, and probably the aspirin is helping with that. And things like heparin and warfarin might actually be hurting you because they have a negative effect on platelet clotting. So this is very interesting, something we have to follow up on. It turns out that the more powerful medication that they're using for anticoagulation might not be as useful as a weaker, easier to use medication like NSAIDs. This is really interesting. This is your analysis of blood test. And these are patients in orange who have been treated with a glucocorticoid steroid. So there are two principal ways of dying from COVID-19. One of them is blood clotting, which is what we talked about in the previous few slides. And now we're talking about inflammation, which is another way of dying from COVID-19. And the steroids are there to fight inflammation. And the interesting thing is that there's a very narrow range of NLR where the steroid is effective. And most patients are actually out to the left of this range. And they do not benefit nearly as much from steroid treatment. And in fact, we think these patients are the patients who would benefit more from also receiving the treatment for. So and this is plus are more or less effective. We're going to do a hospital 30-day readmission, and we're going to talk about something different. Look at the model, we try to understand this before deployment. But now what we're going to do is look at how do we explain the prediction that the model has made for any one patient, as opposed to just trying to understand the model globally, its total behavior. So let me do a demo. I'm going to switch to a different screen. Okay, this is a 30-day readmission model. It's predicting that the patient might have to the hospital 30 days. This model has 4,250 terms in it. That's a lot of graphs. We're not going to look at that many graphs. This is patient 75,412. On a log scale, their risk is 4.67, and their probability of being read is 92% probability. That's very high. And what we've done is, remember, every graph gives us a score for a prediction that's going to be made. So every graph gives us a score for this patient. Fat emulsions. It's most important. Times in the doctor's note. There's 16. Feature 70. To the risk. That's an anti-mus inpatient. So that's adding 0.2 to risk. Mentioning the doctor's notes, 107 times, and that adds 0.22 to the risk. So I think we can understand that this patient, we've only looked at 6 graphs out of 4,000, and yet I think we have a good idea of why it's being. They've been an inpatient 6 times. About 8 or 9% of the times. What visits may have come through the patient is very good away from C room. So it's kind of amazing who actually makes this week's drug or alcohol. Anyway, do that without us looking at. We didn't even look at 99.99% of the graphs. We only looked at a handful of graphs, and yet we understand what the model is doing. Person who's in the criminal justice system, it is likely to commit, use our it's not a publicly available model. And there are lots of questions to do is take about what role is bias. And here, if we look at number of prior convictions, you'll see they're very similar. And notice this is a log to one ratio. A lot of 0 or only 1 prior crime. Those are very, and what I want to draw your attention to is the close match between green and red. That's great. If we mimic the contrasting thing, which is race, is African it's a bias for whites, and that's not allowed. So that's another form of bias. But the bias no one ever talks about in this model is the Native American bias. That's the largest bias in the model. That's harmful. And the model is predicting that Native Americans are very high risk, when if anything, the data suggests they're low risk. And we think that this is because the data that we have for this distillation is from Florida, but the COMPAS model was trained on data from around the entire country. And we think the Native American population is quite different, or really is being used in Florida. So if you're a Native American, in fact, you probably want a model to flatten all of these effects. You allow the model to learn this bias, you can see the biases in the data, and then you can flatten the weight out of this. Okay, time to wrap up. Because the model is so simple, we can use it for differential privacy if you're familiar with that. And we have the red is us. This accuracy is a function of the amount of differential privacy. It stays very high as we go to high differential privacy, whereas the other methods, their accuracy falls off terribly. We have what is currently the most accurate method for differential privacy on tabular data. We also have this ability to edit model, a function of age, there. And it makes it fit their model, the method. And these doctors are able to use the egg cells to not only understand this kind of noise. But we can do that aren't biologically plausible. Pellet risk, if there's a real algorithm, is what we use to do that, and it does this. All of these tricks for editing models to make them safer for us, so that they use some interactive tool is really nice, powerful. Stop now. So every data set, every time you look at a data set, we see interesting problems in it. So it guarantees, like, not guaranteed to give you problems in your black box model, and you just don't know about it. They're wrong from making intelligibility or explanation. Are still the best one is available. And they're available and they're just as easy to train as say random forest. So if you've been using logistic regression and random, if in physics and chemistry, you're getting thanks to Juan and Hugo for inviting me to speak at the conference. So I'm very sorry I'm not there in person. So thanks, and if there's time, I'm happy to take some questions. But if you want to go into the poster session, then that's also fine.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Caruana, for your presentation. So I guess we have some questions for the audience, please. We have one question.
Ahora sí. Okay, yeah, thank you, Rich. It was a really great and insightful presentation. My question is about, you mentioned that, well, these models can be used to address, to identify bias and unfairness, and also to address them somehow through this possibility of editing the models. My question is, are there some general established techniques for mitigating bias and unfairness, or is it more done on the case? Can you hear me? Okay.
Sorry, Rich.
Just so you know, I can't,
Yeah,
I
now,
can't hear
okay.
anything.
Yeah, now it's okay. Now it's, I think it's okay. Sí. Okay. Can you? Se va a hacer un eco aquí, pero igual, voy a tratar de...
Pone la cámara. Hi, Rich. Nice to meet you.
Hi, I can hear you and see.
Nice to meet you. No, saca esto, Cholo. We are having technical issues. I'm really sorry, Rich.
No problem. If people want to contact me by email, I'm happy to answer questions.
I guess
Yeah, we're about to suggest that because we don't have a really good connection here. So thank you very much, Rich. Hopefully we are going to see you next edition, Simbic 2023.
Sure.
Happy to.
Thank you. Let's applause.
Thank you very, very much.
You can see there. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Rich. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ciérralo, ciérralo.
Para organizarnos bien. Sí, está acá. Hay una charla que tenemos que pasarla por... hay una charla que tenemos que pasarla por... mira, acá está el programa. Tenemos... ya pasó uno.
¿Ya pasó uno?
Sí, hasta las...
Los alumnos que van a tener las presentaciones cortas, ¿quiénes son, por favor? A ver, por favor, si te puedes acercar.
Y ya pasó una persona.
¿Cómo dices?
Ya pasó uno.
Ya pasó uno, perfecto.
Falta
¿Tienes tu
otro.
presentación?
Sí, esa también.
Sí, la tiene ya, perfecto. ¿Ya les ha dicho que todas las presentaciones van a ser en español, no, Gacho? ¿Qué tal? Puedes utilizar esto también. Como tienes sus diapositivas, pasas con esto. Y si quieres utilizar el láser para...
Es un PDF igual.
Sí, pero igual. Exactamente.
Ah,
¿Te das cuenta? Perfecto.
Ya, listo.
Tienes 20 minutos.
Una consulta.
Dime.
¿Hay bastantes personas que hablan inglés aquí?
No, puedes hacerlo en español. Ahora la mayoría son hispanohablantes.
No, lo preparan en inglés, por eso lo preparan. Pero no hay problema.
No, puedes hacerlo en inglés, exactamente. Si ellos entienden, tú van a entender también inglés.
Ok.
Claro.
Hello. Okay. Good morning. My name is Raul. I am a software engineer currently working at Uber. Today, I would like to share with you my thesis entitled Mobile Tool to Develop Skills of Communication in Children with Autism Spectrum Disorder. As you know, autism is a condition that affects children in different aspects of their lives. One of the most important is communication, especially in social conditions. Can you imagine how difficult it is for them to communicate and how they are feeling when another person can understand what they are trying to say and all the difficulties that families go through? Unfortunately, autism has not cured, but experts agree that the best way to develop independent skills is by therapy, but in order to support therapy, there are tools that we can use, but those that exist are too expensive. This situation has already been explored, and some of solutions have been presented by other people. And one of them are, for example, augmented reality, virtual reality, learning by videos, learning by games, and other. But there is a special technique called PICS, created by Andy Bondi and Lori Frost, which basically is using images to help autistic people to communicate. So this is why I came with an idea to develop an application that helps autistic people, and behind the scenes is using this technique. So based on this research, and also taking in consideration the opinion and the support from a psychologist specialized on this topic, and also an UX designer, we developed an application which is called CMI, of the Spanish Comunicándonos mediante imágenes, which means communication over images, and has a lot of functionalities. For example, you can add, edit, update, and delete images. And it can work without internet connection. You can store as many images as you can. And the most important, that it is free and it's available on Play Store. So, as you can see on the slide, after more than 1 month of using CMI on 25 families, we got good results. In fact, most of the families told us that the application has been used by a lot of people, and also we got results about the creation of the pictures are easier than before. And also children with autism develop his communication and social skills. As a conclusion, I would like to say that CMI is a tool that helps autistic people to communicate, but the main factor of success of this project was the family. And also, I would like to say that CMI can be extended to use with another technology like machine learning, or probably used as a complementary tool on therapy by any person. And also, if you are an Android user and you would like to say how it looks in your Android phone, you can scan this QR code to redirect to Google Play Store. Thanks.
Gracias. ¿Alguna pregunta, por favor, del público para el compañero? ¿Alguna pregunta? Sí, yo tengo una pregunta. Trabajar con humanos y con niños especialmente implica un reto bastante grande. Y en ese sentido, ¿cuál ha sido los problemas que has tenido, los pasos más difíciles que has tenido para tu trabajo?
Sí, claro. Uno de los retos que he podido tener, y el más importante, es que la primera versión que saqué de esta aplicación utilizaba la mejor tecnología que ahora se usa en cuanto a dispositivos móviles, pero mi sorpresa fue que, como son personas con autismo, no necesariamente se tiene que usar la tecnología que está de punta ahora para lo que es el enfoque mobile. Entonces, saqué una segunda versión, tercera y cuarta, en la cual, obteniendo retroalimentación por parte de las familias y de las mismas personas y niños con autismo, modifiqué la aplicación junto con un UX designer que me ayudó en esa parte. Entonces, este proyecto también me ha ayudado a la hora de desarrollar una aplicación. Tal vez podríamos utilizar la última tecnología, pero el que tiene la última palabra tal vez es el usuario final, sobre todo si estamos tratando y es una aplicación para ayudarnos a comunicar.
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias. ¿Alguna otra pregunta antes de ir al break? ¿Ninguna? Señora, muchas gracias por la tesis, está bien interesante.
Gracias.
Tenemos aproximadamente unos 15 minutos para el break y después volvemos a hacer por favor para algunas presentaciones.
Sí, y los muchachos, por favor, que van a presentar, que durante la pausa se acerquen a nosotros para que dejen sus presentaciones acá en la computadora y luego empiezan.
la mujer pasó por un proceso violento y la mujer no pasó por un proceso violento, que sirva para visibilizar la violencia contra la mujer. Adicionalmente, también planteamos la construcción de un dataset con un total de 1042 mensajes de la red social de Twitter, a partir de la traducción de otro dataset existente que fue propuesto en el año 2015 por Stranding, el cual va a recoger la percepción de 3 grupos de edad diferentes. Respecto al estado del arte, si bien hicimos una revisión exhausta de acerca de diferentes trabajos donde se abordan lo que son clasificación de mensajes con contenido de violencia, entre otros, vamos a destacar principalmente 3. El primero, que es por González Carvajal y Garrido Merchant del año 2020, el cual se titula Comparing BERT Against Traditional Machine Learning Test Classification. Este trabajo lo que realiza es una comparativa con 8 tipos de datasets, donde se destaca que BERT obtuvo los mejores resultados en 6 de ellos. En 2 de ellos no obtuvo los mejores resultados, pero esto se debió a que se utilizó la versión de BERT en inglés y estos 2 datasets se encontraban en español. Como segundo trabajo tenemos el de Subramani del año 2019, el cual se titula Domestic Violence Crisis Identification from Facebook Posts Based on Deep Learning. En este caso, en este trabajo, lo que se abordó fue la clasificación de publicaciones en Facebook en diferentes grupos, donde mujeres también compartían sus experiencias. En este caso, la clasificación fue hecha en 2 tipos, crítico y no crítico. Crítico significaba que la mujer que posteaba este mensaje necesitaba ayuda inmediata, y no crítico que podía haber una falta de información, o también que, bueno, no estaba relacionado a la temática de violencia. Este trabajo de investigación lo destacamos porque se utilizó una API para poder sacar los mensajes de Facebook, y es un proceso similar al que nosotros hemos hecho en nuestro trabajo. Y finalmente, bueno, tenemos el Surrounding, el cual es Analysis Domestic Abuse Using Natural Language Processing on Social Media Data, del año 2015. De este trabajo es donde nosotros hemos sacado nuestro dataset y hemos hecho algunos cambios para construir alguno nuevo. En este trabajo lo que hace Surrounding es básicamente clasificar en 2 categorías, que es No Violence y Violence, a partir de un hashtag que en Twitter que era Why I Stay, Why I Left, donde las mujeres contaban sus experiencias acerca de por qué decidieron quedarse en espacios de abuso o por qué decidieron irse. Bueno, ya partiendo de lo que es la metodología, primero vamos a hablar acerca de cómo se dio la construcción del dataset. En este caso, el dataset está compuesto por 1042 mensajes traducidos al español y que recogen la percepción de 22 personas. Estos 22 personas están divididas en 3 grupos de edades, lo que es 15-19, 20-25 y 25-29. En los 3 grupos hay tanto personas de género femenino como masculino, y lo que se hizo en este caso fue, a partir de la traducción que se hizo del dataset de Surrounding, se formaron encuestas. Estas encuestas fueron enviadas a estas personas y ellos, de acuerdo a la percepción que les daba cierto mensaje, colocaron la etiqueta que les parecía. En este caso, por ejemplo, tenemos... Al principio fue porque simplemente no sabía que la forma en la que me trataba era equivocada y abusiva. En este caso, la etiqueta final a la que se llegó fue que la mujer pasó por un proceso de violencia. Y en otro mensaje tenemos: mujeres, jóvenes, chicas, cuanto más hables de libertad e igualdad, más tus narices estarán relacionadas con tu decisión, tu elección. En este caso, la etiqueta fue la mujer no pasó por un proceso de violencia. Esta etiqueta final era elegida por mayoría. Esto quiere decir, si por ejemplo teníamos un grupo de 8 personas, al menos 5 tenían que tener la misma etiqueta. En este caso, la mujer pasó por un proceso de violencia. Si no, se tomaba la otra etiqueta de la mujer no pasó por un proceso de violencia. En la parte izquierda tenemos otro recuadro donde ahí vamos a poder ver cómo fue finalmente la clasificación. Tenemos las 2 categorías. En este caso, la mujer no pasó por un proceso de violencia es la etiqueta 0, y la mujer pasó por un proceso de violencia la etiqueta número 1. Ahí podemos ver que dependiendo de los diferentes rangos de edad, la cantidad de mensajes, eran los mismos mensajes, varían. Por ejemplo, para el grupo de 15-19, los mensajes de la mujer pasó por un proceso de violencia eran mucho mayores a comparativa de, por ejemplo, el grupo de 20-24, donde vemos que este número se reduce en más o menos 60 mensajes, y de 25-29, que es como el promedio entre ambos. Ahora vamos a hablar acerca de los escenarios que se plantearon para el entrenamiento. En este caso planteamos 2 escenarios. El primero es donde las condiciones se entrenan con los tweets originales, es decir, no se hizo ningún cambio al mensaje. Y en el segundo caso, donde se dio el entrenamiento, pero con condiciones de limpieza para cada tweet. En este caso, las condiciones de limpieza son, por ejemplo, eliminar las menciones, es decir, el arroba que se puede ver en algunos mensajes, eliminar los hashtags, y en caso hubiera lo que se llama split, que es cuando en Twitter escriben un mensaje, por ejemplo, todo junto, pero separado por mayúsculas. Entonces el mensaje se separaba. También se eliminaron lo que son los emoticones y los saltos de línea. Tenemos también 3 tipos de balanceo en este caso. Sin balanceo, los mensajes se dan en la misma cantidad. El random oversampling, donde básicamente lo que se hace es que a la categoría con menor cantidad de mensajes, es decir, la mujer no pasó por un proceso violento, se le aumentan más mensajes. Y random undersampling, donde a la categoría con mayor cantidad de mensajes se le reduce. También elegimos 3 tipos de trend size, lo que es 90-10, 80-20 y 70-30. Aquí ya podemos ver cuáles fueron la cantidad de experimentos definidos. Vemos que planteamos 3 modelos, lo que es Spam, BERT, Beto y Multilingual. Los 3 parten de BERT, simplemente son diferentes tipos de modelos que se entrenan con datasets diferentes. También tenemos el dataset que nosotros construimos. Como mencioné, estos datasets están divididos en rangos de edad, el de 15, 19, 20, 24, 25, 29. También para cada uno de ellos los tipos de balanceo que ya mencioné previamente, sin balanceo, random oversampling, random undersampling. Los 3 tipos de text size, de 10, 20 y 30. En este caso también planteamos 3 learning rates y 6 números de épocas. Si multiplicamos todo lo que son todas las columnas y filas, pues tenemos un total de 2.916 experimentos que se realizaron para ese trabajo. Respecto a lo que ya fue el entrenamiento, en este caso, como mencioné, a partir del trabajo que revisamos del año 2020, donde se hizo una comparativa de BERT con otros modelos de clasificación, nosotros utilizamos BERT, en este caso la versión del BERT Based on Case. Como bien sabemos, BERT es un modelo que se construyó para poder mejorar el modo de búsqueda de Google. Esa fue su principal función, está entrenada con dataset de ahí. Y lo que nosotros hacemos es a este modelo, que el objetivo que tiene es predecir palabras enmascaradas, le hacemos un proceso de lo que es fine tuning, donde ya con nuestro dataset podemos adecuarlo a lo que nosotros queremos, en este caso hacer la clasificación de mensajes con contenido de violencia. Para esta clasificación simplemente a la última capa le modificamos y le agregamos una capa lineal de entrada, una capa relu y una lineal de 2 nodos, ya que simplemente estamos clasificando en 2 categorías. Aquí podemos ver en este caso el modelo ya preentrenado al que le agregamos la capa de clasificación, como podemos ver ahí, y de que lo que nos arroja ya es la predicción. En este caso la mujer pasó por un proceso violento o la mujer no pasó por un proceso violento. Bueno, ahora vamos a ver lo que son los resultados. En este caso, debido a la cantidad de experimentos, solo vamos a presentar los mejores resultados que se obtuvieron para cada tipo de test size. En este caso podemos ver que para el primer escenario los 3 mejores resultados se obtuvieron con lo que es Beto, pero aquí destacamos en este caso el que se hizo sin balanceo, con un test size de 10%, 6 épocas, un learning rate de 5 epsilon a la menos 0.5, y porque se obtuvo un AUC de lo que es 0.98 y una accuracy de 0.94. En lo que es la sensibilidad y especificidad se obtuvieron valores de 0.88 y 0.96. Esto respecto al primer escenario. Perdón. Ahora respecto a lo que es el segundo escenario, aquí podemos ver que igualmente bien 2 de los resultados se obtuvieron con el modelo de Beto, pero también destacamos que Multilingual sí se encuentra para el test size de 20% con el mejor resultado. Sin embargo, el mejor sigue siendo con Beto, en este caso un test size de 10%, con un balanceo de random undersampling, unas 8 épocas, un learning rate de 2 epsilon a la menos 0.5 y una UC 0.9834. Aquí también destacamos que para el accuracy, sensibility y specificity todos los valores están por encima del 0.90, a diferencia del anterior resultado, lo que lo convierte en el mejor resultado para ambos escenarios. Ya aquí vamos a ver lo que es un pequeño gráfico acerca del análisis comparativo de los diferentes 3 modelos, como mencioné, Beto, Multilingual y Spambert. Aquí podemos ver que Beto es el que obtiene los valores más altos, vemos que llega casi a la línea de 1 con 0.9834 y también es el que tiene los valores más bajos, ya que el valor más bajo que obtiene es el 0.80, a diferencia de lo que es Spambert y Multilingual, que sí llegan casi al 0.77. Bueno, como conclusiones tenemos que el mayor resultado se obtuvo con el modelo Beto, con un test size de 10, sin balanceo, y con un learning rate de 2 epsilon a la 5 y 6 épocas. Se diseñó e implementó un modelo de aprendizaje capaz de clasificar testimonios de violencia contra las mujeres en redes sociales como Twitter para así visibilizar la violencia. Fue construida con Beto y un case y fue escrita utilizando la librería de PyTorch. Y finalmente se realizó la construcción del dataset en español de 1042 mensajes de la red social de Twitter, el cual recoge la percepción sobre testimonios de violencia del grupo de 22 individuos pertenecientes a 3 rangos de edad diferentes. Eso sería todo. Muchas gracias.
¿Alguna pregunta, por favor, de la audiencia en español? Tenemos tiempo para un par de preguntas. Yo tengo una pregunta. Cuando mostrabas tus slides decías que tenías tweets, pero traducidos, ¿cierto? ¿Has considerado el error de traducción que puede haber en los tweets para que tus resultados sean correctos? ¿Cuál es la traducción?
Sí, claro, bueno, en este caso la traducción la realicé con la persona que fue, bueno, con la que construí la investigación. La traducción se hizo a partir de, como mencionó, un dataset que ya existe, que es el surrounding. Y bueno, en este caso tuvimos, digamos, el dataset surrounding es mucho más extenso, pero debido a que nosotros teníamos que recoger la percepción de individuos, y a un individuo se le hace a veces muy difícil estar leyendo una cantidad de mensajes enormes, entonces digamos que nosotros tradujimos los mensajes, se podría hacer un tanto más explícitos, más claros, donde sabíamos que, como bien sabemos, en la traducción no se iba a perder tanto, ¿no?, el valor de lo que quería decir.
¿Lo han hecho a mano? Es decir, a texto o desde
Sí, la traducción, sí, exacto. Sí.
¿Alguna otra pregunta? ¿Ninguna? Ah, no hay pregunta. No.
Hola, muy bien. Primero los felicito por su trabajo. Y en principio, cuando has hecho el método de anotación, entiendo que han encontrado, digamos, mensajes tal vez los más explícitos, como bien lo acabas de mencionar, pero siempre en esa parte donde se selecciona, y más que todo que ha sido manual, los tweets que han encontrado, digamos, donde muchas veces no está claro el tema si hubo o no hubo violencia, ¿qué criterios fueron los que utilizaron en este tipo de contenido?
Ya. En este caso, para los tweets, como mencioné, que tal vez porque el grupo de personas para cada rango de edad eran de 8 en el caso de 15-19 y 7 de 20-24, 25-29, perdón. Lo que se hizo fue el criterio de la mayoría, porque obviamente no todos iban a concordar acerca de cuál podía ser la etiqueta, pero lo que sí es que para que fuera de violencia, si etiquetado como violento, tenía que ser una mayoría. Por ejemplo, si era un grupo de 8 y se llegaba solo a 4, la etiqueta tenía que ser no violencia, porque no estaba claro para todos, por mayoría, cuál era. Ese fue.
Que trabajaron como 8 codificadores, digamos.
Un total fueron de 22 codificadores, pero en este caso por diferentes rangos de edad. Es por eso que justamente para el grupo de 8 es que la mayoría tenía que ser 5, y para los grupos que eran 2 grupos de 7, ahí la mayoría tenía que ser 4.
Ah, ya. O sea, digamos, definieron el criterio finalmente por la mayoría, pero
exacto.
No se aplicó una métrica dejando de concordancia de los anotadores, por decirlo.
No, fue por mayoría en este caso.
Ok, bien. Y la última pregunta es, en tu conjunto de validación de los datos, entiendo que tienes 1042 mensajes, ¿correcto?
Sí.
En los cuales has hecho una distribución entre entrenamiento, que es el training, y la parte de prueba, que es el test.
Sí.
Pero por sí, para la parte de validar, han cogido datos totalmente nuevos que no pertenezcan a esos 1042 mensajes, porque no he visto esa parte.
Sí. Pero me perdón, tal vez un slide.
Sí.
Lo que sucede es que nosotros a partir de esto también hemos construido una plataforma web, y en la plataforma web la persona puede ingresar el mensaje que desee, ya sea de forma manual, es decir, que lo escriba, o mediante lo que se llama un ID de tweet, que básicamente entras a Twitter, del URL sacas el número que está al final, y entonces lo que hace en esa parte es ya validar con esos datos, ¿no?, que la persona puede ir ingresando manualmente.
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias.
Gracias.
Vamos a pasar a la siguiente presentación. Esperamos unos minutos, por favor, para probar internet y todo funciona bien, no tenemos problemas. pueden enviarnos un correo al correo de Cintiq directamente y nosotros podemos gestionar por lo menos enviarles el correo de la persona para que ustedes directamente le puedan pedir. Ya han enviado 2 correos, uno pidiéndonos el correo de uno de los expositores y el otro pidiéndonos unos detalles. Entonces los vamos a responder lo más pronto posible, de repente no hoy día ni mañana, pero a partir del martes deberíamos comenzar a responder todas las preguntas que ustedes tengan con respecto a los certificados, a los requerimientos que ustedes tengan post-conferencia. ¿Qué más? Creo que eso es por el momento lo más importante. Entonces, hoy es el último día, tenemos todavía un par de exposiciones más, entonces esperamos que con eso finalice CIMBI y bueno, el siguiente año ya comenzamos a pensar dónde organizar. Seguramente ustedes en la página web aparecerá en algún momento la información sobre dónde se va a realizar CIMBI el siguiente año. Debe haber varios postores para poder, en algunas ciudades, de repente no Lima, en otras ciudades para poder organizar CIMBI en otro lugar. Eso nada más, chicos. Entonces voy a ver si es que la profesora Ley se contactó para que podamos escuchar por un momentito más. Chicos, un favor, tal vez a algún expositor de una presentación corta hasta aquí para ir avanzando y no perder mucho tiempo tal vez. Habían 5 presentaciones cortas para presentarlas hoy. Han pasado 2, de repente alguien más tiene sus slides para poder presentar, por favor. ¿Nadie? ¿Nadie, chicos? Ya, perfecto. Entonces esperamos a Lidia que nos desconecte. Sin embargo, ha hecho su presentación, nos envió el video y vamos a... ¿Perdón? Sí, exactamente. Es un paper que nos llegó de Australia, entonces para ellos es muy complicado venir hasta aquí, entonces nos ha enviado su presentación y, bueno, no va a haber preguntas en todo caso, tienen los correos de las personas que van a presentar. Entonces, si en algún momento quieren hacer una pregunta, de repente tienen alguna sugerencia o pregunta con respecto al paper, lo pueden hacer por correo directamente. ¿Listo? Entonces, mientras esperamos a Derek, pues vemos la presentación de Avila.
Good morning. My name is Desde, and I'm from University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. It is my pleasure to present my paper, Maximizing Influence Spread in Complex Networks by Utilizing Community-Based driver nodes as seeds in this conference. And I think let's start. So first, I'll start by introduction, which will explain the motivation behind doing this research and the experiments that has been carried out. And I will also discuss my research problem and main research goal and questions. Then I have my research methodology. I will explain our step-by-step process of how the experiments have been conducted and main methods being used to carry out those experiments. Then I will discuss my results and analysis from those experiments and how they address the questions. And then we have conclusion, future work, and at the end there will be references. Let us start by introduction. We see that due to prevailing use of online social networking sites, social networks are very much a hot topic in network science. Nowadays, we have a good understanding of network structures and attention has shifted more towards their prediction, influence, and control. And social media networks prove to be an effective way to influence the public opinion, but not all users play the same role in this process. We see that there are key nodes or key players which are called influencers. These are the key players in propagation of information across social networks. Influence spread process has gained quite a focal position in recent years. We also know that control can be seen as a stronger form of influence. And just like influencers or the seed nodes in influence, while influencing a network, we have driver nodes that have been identified to achieve some form of control over the network. But the formation of driver node set is based on different characteristics of the nodes, such as node degree or centrality measures can be used for that purpose, and there are other characteristics that can also be used. A big question comes to mind that how people's opinions and decisions can be influenced and potentially changed, and to what extent. And recent studies show that employment of a set of seed nodes to propagate influence in the network is quite useful to achieve influence in the overall network. And there are traditional methods and ranking mechanisms that are used to select seed nodes, but we have employed some traditional methods as well, but to introduce some new methods. This study in the social network space focuses on the use of driver nodes in the context of influence spread. So we see that we have seed nodes in the influence field, but then driver nodes have not been used in the influence space before. So we try to use the driver nodes as in the influence spread process. So we take into account the driver nodes on global as well as local network level. What it means is that to select driver nodes globally means that to select the driver nodes from overall network, and then we use a divide and conquer approach because the time-consuming driver nodes identification is a time-consuming problem. So we divide the networks into communities, detect communities first, and then identify the driver nodes within those communities. So at the end, we have results that we can show that this might be a useful approach. The main goal of this research is to use driver nodes as seed nodes and develop new seed selection strategies for spread of influence. We see that driver nodes are at global and as well as at local level used as seed nodes in this study. And then we have our research questions that will be addressed in the research analysis and results. The main research methodology is based upon two set of methods. One set is driver-based seed selection methods and the other set is community driver-based seed selection methods. So in driver-based seed selection methods, we have different ranking mechanisms that can be used to separate these methods from each other and for the comparison purposes as well. So we have degree driver random method, that is the driver nodes are being ranked randomly, and then driver degree, driver betweenness, driver closeness, driver cafe, driver degree betweenness, closeness, where we combine all the centrality measures together. Similarly, for community based driver-based seed selection methods, we use the same rankings but within the communities of the network. So that is how we have two set of methods, and we use both of the set of methods. The seeds that have been obtained from both of the set of methods are used for further influence spread by using the linear threshold model. I also want to emphasize here that driver node identification at global level has been done by using minimum dominancy set method, and community detection has been done by Riemann-Neumann method. And then the outcomes of our spreading process addresses the research questions where we obtain the speed of influence, which is being measured in number of vibrations that it takes, a certain method takes to spread the influence over in overall networks, or how many number of nodes, so which is the reach of influence, that is total number of nodes influenced, or the percentage of number of nodes influenced. Next in research methodology is datasets description. We have two kinds of datasets here. First is randomly generated networks, which include random, small world, and scale-free networks. And a total of 720 networks with different profile of nodes from 100, 200, 300, 400, and 500 has been generated by varying sizes of number of edges for all those nodes. So we start with the edges, number of edges where the density is smaller, and then we increase the number of edges to increase the density of the network to see the impact on different structures of networks, of the impact of the methods on different structures of networks. And then we have real social networks, and we consider 22 social networks of varying sizes, that is number of nodes and number of edges, from the STAN network database, and they are easily available to download as well. Now let us talk about some major outcomes of the experiments. We see that in methodology we are talking about speed and reach of influence. So we define the speed as number of vibrations and then reach number of node influence. So these are the main results that are there, but apart from that we have another comparison, that is how much better our community level driver-based seed selection methods are. That is comparison of driver community-based seed selection methods with driver-based seed selection methods. So we define a metric to do that comparison, which is percentage gain, in which number of nodes influenced in method A in a certain number of vibrations minus number of nodes influenced in method B with the same number of vibrations over number of nodes in the network multiplied by 100, which means that how many more nodes method A has or method B, which method has been able to influence in those number of vibrations. So we calculate it as percentage gain of that method over the other method. So either it could be A or B. So basically we calculated the gain of community driver-based methods over the other driver-based counterpart methods as well. In first results, we will talk about speed and reach of influence in generated networks. So we see that we have random network of 500 nodes and 72,000 edges. And this is a comparison of all the methods when seed set size is 1% for 20 iterations. So we can see that the head start in the trend lines of DDCBC method. That is the method which is the faster in achieving the influence in the fewer number of iterations. And we can see the same similar results in other type of network as well, that is scale-free network. If you can see the black line that is at the represent the DDCBC method, that is community driver based seed selection method for all, where we considered all of the centrality measures for ranking. And then we can also see the similar result in small world networks, where the similar method, same method outperforms all the rest of the methods. So with this comparison, we can say that if the community driver-based methods can reach the influence faster than the other methods and in a fewer number of iterations as compared to the other methods. And then we see the similar results in social networks as well, which means that we actually use these random networks experiments as a preliminary study, whether these methods are working or not. So when we saw the promising results, then we mapped the same experiments on social networks. So we used these real social networks. The list of those methods are in the paper as well, the networks are in paper as well. And we can see here the varying sizes of networks. So Zachary Crowded Club is a standard kind of network, and it has highest network density in our data set. And we can see from this graph that even when the network density is higher, seed selection methods are able to achieve influence faster. So all of these seed selection methods have been able to achieve influence faster, and DDCBC methods line is at the top again, and you can see their community-based methods with the darker lines are superseding the other driver-based methods. And then we can also see the similar results in a lower density network. So this network, Facebook network, has 0.003 density, but still we can see that with the lower density network, driver community-based methods are able to achieve influence faster than the other methods. So both of the kinds of networks, we have similar results. So based upon these observations, we conclude it does not matter which type of network it is, as long as its density is higher than 0.5, it will respond to the community-based seed selection methods better, and the spread will be faster. Also, regardless of the network density, community-based methods, that is DDCBC, outperforms all other methods. And now this one, in this we consider the lowest density network. When we locally construct communities, the density tends to increase. So we consider this lowest density network YouTube, where the average community density was calculated to be 0.000012, but it is denser than the overall network density, which is of 0.00004. That is why even in these networks, driver community-based methods, especially DDCBC method, outperforms the driver-based methods. So this is another important point that we want to make here, that by dividing the network into communities, it brings out the best in the community driver-based methods. Here we want to see the percentage gain of the DDCBC method over all the other methods. So we can see in different varying sizes of networks. The first two networks, these are very large networks, and we have very big gain in the driver-based methods, and also the other networks with different sizes, lower sizes, and then some other networks as well. So these are the networks that have the highest gain in percentage gain of DDCB method over all other methods. And we also see that we have results that we can say that driver community-based methods has more gain over the driver-based methods. Lastly, we introduced new seed selection methods using global and local driver nodes, and community driver-based methods show that we can achieve maximum influence in fewer number of iterations and with a comparatively less seed set size. And using ranking mechanisms based upon the centrality measures, combining degree betweenness and closeness is more useful than using them separately. We also can include more ranking mechanisms for future and independent tested manual model instead of linear threshold model for the influence spread to see, and we can make the comparisons for different methods here. These are the references of my presentation, and thank you so much for listening to the presentation, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. All the best.
Gracias por los aplausos, chicos. Seguramente se han llegado hasta Australia. Un poquito más fuerte, se llegaba. Esperamos un momento más, chicos. Ojalá que el día pueda conectarse, casi tiene problemas técnicos. Igual esperamos un momento, por favor. Más bien, si algún estudiante que quería presentar su pequeño artículo está presente, por favor, puede presentarlo en este momento. Ya nos faltan pocas exposiciones, solamente dialecto y nada más por aquí los profes. Esperamos un momento, por favor.
Ce fils-là appelle à la nouveauté. Excellent. Nouveauté. Donc, maintenant, c'est bien bon les connaître, mais il faut savoir les repérer. Et qu'on va faire comme ce cas. On va se promener dans la cité. On va aller à la rencontre de gens qui utilisent des sophismes. École des réseaux.
please, can you give a couple of minutes, please?
Sure, of course, of course.
Thank you so much. La computadora solamente. Creo que debería estar todo apagado. Apagado. A ver, chavos, desde acá puedes hablar.
No.
So, ¿qué más de mi teléfono? ¿Me puedes hablar de mi teléfono? Es igual que mi teléfono.
No, I don't hear anything.
Para que ella le escuche, usted debe hablar acá en el laptop y se va a escuchar.
Pero escucha lejos.
Claro, pues tiene que estar lejos.
¿Lejos de quién?
De acá, o sea, cuando usted habla, porque usted entra acá, ¿ya? Y sale por la consola grande. O sea, sale por todo.
And now, can you hear me?
Se repite porque él habla.
¿Pero cómo hacemos para no
Yeah,
repetir?
but
No tiene que estar acá.
¿Cómo
Que va a
debemos
hablar.
estar? ¿Dónde?
¿Y dónde tengo que hablar?
No sé, en otro ambiente quizás.
No, pues no se puede.
Es que,
¿Cómo no podemos estar?
No se puede.
claro, es que otra vez entra. Pues,
No, I
quiere
can't.
hablar, entra ahí y sale.
Sorry, we are having logistical issues with the audio.
Está mejor. Puedes presentarla ahí.
Now?
Está mejor.
It's better?
Sí, está mejor, chaval. Sí.
No, it's
Preséntala.
Si ella va a hablar, se va a escuchar.
No, yo lo corto acá.
Cuando tú apagas tu micro, ella habla y
Sí,
se
exactamente.
queda
Está
ahí.
bien. Está bien. A ver, preséntala.
So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna introduce you, Dilek. Sorry for the echo, but I have to mute, otherwise you're gonna hear the echo. So I'm gonna mute myself, but I'm gonna introduce you to the public, and then you can start your presentation, please. I'm really sorry but now it's working. It's working okay. So I can continue.
yeah, it sounds fine now.
Perfect. Well, first of all, thank you very much for accepting our invitation and to speak at SIMBIG. Unfortunately, you couldn't come today. For this edition, but hopefully you're gonna come on 2023, next edition, which is gonna be held as well in Peru. So I want to host your session, and I'm gonna introduce you to our public, to our Peruvian public. So we're gonna have Dr. Dilek Hakani Tur. She is a senior principal scientist at Amazon Alexa AI, focusing on enabling natural dialogues with machines. Prior to joining Amazon, she was leading the dialogue research group at Google. She was a principal researcher at Microsoft Research as well. International Computer Science Institute, and AT&T Lab Research. She received her bachelor's degree from Middle East Technical University in 1994, and a master and PhD degrees from Bilken University Department of Computer Engineering in 1996 and 2000, respectively. Her research interests include conversational AI, natural language and speech processing, spoken dialogue systems, and machine learning for language processing. She has over 80 patents that were granted and co-authored more than 300 papers in natural language processing and speech processing. So please, let's welcome Dr. Dilek with our applause.
Thank you so much for the nice introduction, and thanks so much for inviting me. I'm having trouble sharing my slides, so if I email you my slides, can you share them, or how can we do the sharing of the screen?
How do you share the screen? I think we can, but you're allowed, she's allowed to share the screen as well? Yeah. Otherwise, she can send us. Let's see if it shares. It shares, right? Yeah, it shares. Stop sharing.
Let me quickly email you my slides. Just 1 second. And then if you can scroll down, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Just 1 second.
Tenemos una silla chula. Pero ella me está diciendo que pase las... les slides. Sí, lo pueden abrir allá.
Sí, pueden abrir.
Sí. Chécalo en tu correo. Puedo bajarlo acá también.
So you should have it now, but please let me know.
Sorry, Dilek. ¿Tienes los slides, Antonio?
Try one more time.
Okay, yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay, you got it.
Thank you.
Did it work?
Está por correo y está compartido. Tienes que pedir que te I ask you by email and the permission.
Oh,
Please.
sure.
Thank you.
Did it work?
¿Puedes abrirlo, Antonio? Okay. We are downloading the PPT. Thank you. Pedro, te lo envío por WhatsApp. PDF. Ambos, en WhatsApp también lo tiene. Es que I think it's okay, Dilek. So we will share your screen, your presentation.
Can I see the slides also?
Puede ver los slides.
Okay, fantastic. Can I start?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, perfect. Thanks very much. So thanks so much for inviting me, and apologies for the problems. Oops, I can't see the slides anymore, but hopefully they will come up in a second. So sorry for the problems related to the technical issues. Me and my team, we work on making Amazon Alexa more natural, more conversational, more engaging personal assistant. For that, we do focus on open domain social conversations that sometimes integrate task completion as well. Next slide, please. So the last decade has been super interesting from the conversational systems perspective. Next slide, please. Thank you. There have been several products that have been used by millions of people that have been released during the last decade. These include chatbots, customer care systems, virtual personal assistants, and so on. There are also multiple very large pre-trained language models that we can play with, as these models are publicly available and they can respond in natural language to any context that you have in a dialogue. You can bring up any topic. They can give natural and human-like responses. There are several public data sets for research. For example, for empathetic conversations, for persuasion, for common sense reasoning, and so on, that we can study dialogue with. There are also hundreds of publications that are submitted to main conferences, to archive, a lot of publications. So certainly very exciting days for dialogue, but are we there yet? And next slide, please. I think we have made a lot of progress. However, there are still issues. First of all, these pre-trained language models are known to hallucinate because they do only learn from past conversations. When something unseen comes up, they can actually generate responses which do not make sense. And they also have issues, because of this, they also have issues related to factual accuracy of the responses. And furthermore, even when we are not talking about open domain dialogues, even when we are limited to the scope of a task completion, task-oriented dialogue system, knowledge ingestion can be useful to provide more engaging and active conversations to the users. For example, here's an example dialogue, task-oriented dialogue. And the task-oriented dialogue system uses the back-end knowledge, back-end APIs to be able to respond to users' utterances, but that back-end API integrates lots of knowledge from the developer's side, which integrates through the structure of the database or API, which integrates the developer's knowledge. But users bring up other things that are not going to be handled by what has been provided in the backend API. So it's common, or it's necessary for the task-oriented dialogue systems, even given their limited scope, to integrate additional knowledge, to make them more natural and to enable task completion. Otherwise, users would go and look at other resources than a dialogue system to complete their tasks. Next slide, please. So the common approach is grounding responses on knowledge, but much of first knowledge is dynamic, and it is spread across several different diverse resources. And some of these resources are already structured, such as knowledge graphs, but the majority of them are not structured, such as news articles, books. And some of them also include subjective information, for example, customer reviews or author reviews, and so on. For example, in the conversation on the right, a user comes in, they're interacting with their system. System asks, have you started planning your trip to Paris? And the user asks a question, do you have suggestions on what I can see at trip sessions before the dinner? In any context like this, a dialogue system should be integrate knowledge from information from the user's calendar to know when the session, learn when the session ends, when the dinner starts, and it should integrate information from knowledge graph to know what are the attractions around Paris, what is near Paris, and it should integrate information from subjective resources like other users' review to integrate information about each of these attractions, and so on. In addition to the diversity, the knowledge also may be spread over very long documents, so this is another issue. Transformer-based language models have self-attention, which has quadratic complexity on the length of the information information, and it doesn't scale to such long length. And during conversation, latency is very important. You cannot let a user wait maybe more than a second to come up with a response. The user will basically not engage in a conversation with the system. Hence, for conversational systems to be useful, they should be able to bring all these different knowledge sources together. This requires resolving co-references, linking the relevant pieces of knowledge, identifying inconsistencies where necessary, being able to integrate each of these knowledge sources individually, but also allowing for multiple reasoning over each of these knowledge sources, and connect and extract relevant knowledge for the conversation from each of these diverse resources. Next, please. So in this presentation, next slide, please. Thank you. In this presentation, I will, you can go to previous, sorry. In this presentation, I'm going to be focusing on four types of diverse knowledge sources. The first one is documents, and then talk about our recent work at NACL this year that integrates document semantic graphs to knowledge selection for grounding responses on. Then I'll be talking about common sense, structured and subjective knowledge. Slide, please. Informed concepts that are collected automation. Those related to our past conversations, things that have happened in the past, events or condition occurs, they may not necessarily have enough information. So we do use knowledge grounding in dialogue systems to be able to factually correct, as I was mentioning earlier. Two tasks that are important for the dialogue with textual knowledge are knowledge selection and response generation. Knowledge selection, another user says skills is one of my favorite pastimes. So now the system should say something about skills, and what it does is basically looks at background textual resources, tries to find knowledge about skiing. So select one of them, because there's going to be several documents about them, and then integrating them into the response. So text is rich in information. This is useful for text-based dialogue systems, but it's unstructured, so sentences are spread all over and they need to be modeled independently. The other approach is knowledge-grounded dialogue with knowledge graphs. In the case of knowledge graphs, basically the information is structured. There's a recent related work on this that actually motivates this form of approaches. In the knowledge graphs, the relational information between concepts are captured in the form of subject, predicate, object triples. The word knowledge is encoded in this fashion. So the knowledge is in structured form rather than the free form text, and it captures the relationships which may happen at two different places in text. And as the conversation flows, entities and their relationships are used to retrieve the relevant knowledge from the graph, and then those are used then to formulate the response back to the user using complex neural network-based structures. The pros of this approach is knowledge is structured, so it's easy to find connections between elements, which may be farther away in the text. The con is the coverage of these knowledge graphs is limited, and just limited to the metadata, and the problem is it's oftentimes very expensive to create these form of resources for everything that one can imagine. Next slide, please. But the pros of knowledge-grounded dialogues with knowledge graphs motivates our work towards structured representations for text. The whole field of linguistics or computational linguistics aims to find structures for sentences. Some options include syntactic parse trees, On the top right, I give one example. Another one is OpenID representations, which captures relational knowledge. Other options are semantic parsers in the form of different frameworks. So we have chosen the abstract meaning representation, which aims to form the semantic parse of individual sentences. So they capture in the nodes, they capture who is, in the nodes and their relationships, they capture who is doing what to whom. The AMRs are usually routed, directed as cyclic graphs. For example, in the example down on the right, on the right bottom, the strike is a predicate, earthquake is the argument, an earthquake stroke, an argument for strike, and so on. So these forms of relationships are captured in the AMR graphs. It's more expressive than parsing, and has less redundancy than the OpenID representations. Possible updates to the AMR parsers include links to Wikidata. So once there are entities in the sentences and the AMRs, you can actually link them to the Wikidata to get additional knowledge about those entities. And another possible update, which is what we are applying, as I'll show you in the future examples, is merging the nodes that correspond to the same concept. And one can do this through coreference resolution and just combine the entities that refer to the surface forms that refer to the same entity into one node. Next slide, please. And basically, we form document semantic graphs from AMR parsers. AMR, there's a plot, and then there's the overall document semantic graph for that plot. So we do form individual AMRs for each of the sentences in this graph via the sentence nodes. So the S1 and S2 that are shown in green on the right-hand side are the sentence nodes. The content to the right of the S1 and S2 are the AMRs for those two sentences. We capture collocation by adding edges between concepts in a sentence and then the sentence node. So you do see links between the green nodes that correspond to the sentences and the blue and yellow nodes on the right that correspond to the nodes of the AMR graph. We also add additional edges to capture the narrative order of the sentences in the original document. So for example, there is a link from sentence 1, S1 to S2, capturing their order. And beyond a single document, we also add additional nodes to represent the overall documents so that we can operate on multiple documents when it is necessary. Next slide, please. So we do, once we form these graphs, we do add embeddings to these graphs. So we formulate knowledge selection as node selection for response generation, instead of just individual sentence selection. And hence this approach enables selecting knowledge at the sentence level, at the concept level, as there are different types of nodes for each of these. And compared to the existing sentence ranking formulation, now we can explicitly model the connections between the concepts, between the sentences, and so on. And we contextualize the constructed document semantic graph with the dialogue. So since each node is grounded in the text, in order to create embeddings for the document semantic graph, we initialize the embedding of each node with their contextual embeddings from a frozen pre-trained language model. We have used Roberta in this case. So for sentence nodes, we use the embedding corresponding to the CLS token on the output of Roberta. For concept nodes, we average the embeddings of the individual tokens that are in the span of this concept. And we use them as the embeddings of the concept nodes. Then for each dialogue term, we encode the dialogue context, the previous terms, and we basically their embeddings are basically embeddings for the language model for the download context. So note that until the context nodes, the document graphs can be computed offline even long before the download, and it could be an expensive process. The context nodes are added at the runtime as the download evolves. Next slide, please. So this approach enables us to represent multiple types of nodes, variety of nodes in the same graph and edges in the same graph. So for node types, we do have context nodes, we do have sentence nodes, we do have concept nodes, 3 types of nodes. For edge types, we do have context sentence edges, concept edges, and so on, also different types of edges. So in our work, to capture the semantics of each of these node and edge types, we use an extended version of the graph attention networks that includes edge type and node type embeddings. So the edge type, sorry, during the transition, some of the content on the slide is shuffled a little bit, but we do use HTE to represent the edge type embeddings, and we do use HTV to represent the node type embeddings. We basically learn these embeddings along with the model parameters, we use vector message passing along the edges to refine these embeddings. So in general, a graph neural network consists of L layers with shared parameters at each layer. And we denote initial embeddings for each node with the superscript L, for in this case initial ones are H0. And each layer involves a round of sending messages to their neighbors, from each node to their neighbors. And then aggregating the messages each node receives from their neighbors to update their embeddings. So from time step, or from layer L to L plus 1, we basically first send out the messages and then accumulate incoming messages to estimate the new embeddings. We call them, we denote them with L plus 1 as the superscript. So consider a pair of nodes, S and T, with embeddings HS and HT respectively. The message M, from S to T, that is passed from node S to node T through edge E. And it's computed as the sum of the edge-aware message and the node-aware message. So the edge-aware message on the left, node-aware message on the right, they have these projection matrices. To their name. The final generated combination of the messages passed to that node with the attention. After L layers, the final embeddings for each node are used as the embeddings for that node. So how do we model download selection? So for node type, for the sentence nodes and for the concept nodes, that will be useful in download selection. Next slide, please. So for each context node, C represents a pair of download sentence and download context. And we compute their relevance with the score C. And each context node, C, needs to be encoded in a language model, but we are unable to fit, currently, all the context nodes into the memory. We, on average, have 60 numbered sentences in some of our data sets for numbered selection. So we downsample, we only use K negative samples in practice, where we pick those negatives randomly. And for concept nodes, we treat this as a binary classification, node selection as a binary classification problem. Here, the Rn is the relevance label for vertex n, and uppercase n is the total number of concept nodes. So when most of our datasets do not actually provide concept level labels for training, so what we do is we derive them from the ground truth knowledge snippets. So we have the full sentence annotation, and then we mark the concepts in the sentence as a positive if they appear in the annotated ground truth knowledge snippet. And finally, for training, the overall loss is a weighted combination of the sentence level LC, sentence level loss LC, and the concept level loss LN. And during inference, we basically compute a score using this trained model for all knowledge candidates, knowledge sentence candidates, and then we pick the highest, the one with the highest score, and then use that during response generation. Next slide, please. And so for this work, we have experimented with two data sets. The holding corpus that was collected by Nikita Mohi and others. It's a dialogue, movie-related dialogue, grounded on multiple sources for the movies, including the plot of the movie, customer reviews, comments, facts, and so on. In this corpus, knowledge is a span for each term, where a span can be a single sentence, a part of a sentence, multiple sentences, and so on. The other corpus that we use is Wizard of Wikipedia that was collected by Emily Dynan and the team. It's an open domain, multi-turn dialogues dataset. Each dialogue has a set of documents and annotated sentences in those documents. These documents are from Wikipedia. And then these are the sentences, the annotated sentences are the ones that are used in the conversation. In this case, the selected knowledge is a single sentence for each term. Below, you have the corpus statistics for each of these two data sets. Next slide, please. So, bringing everything together. First of all, we do construct document graphs for each of these Wikipedia or movie-related documents using sentence-level AMR parsing and document-level coreference resolution. Next stage is done in coordination with the dialogues. So we basically augment the graph with the dialogue context. Then we train models to select knowledge for each dialogue context using the algorithm that I described. And then finally, we concatenate the selected knowledge and the previous dialogue context as input to a model that we fine-tuned from GPT-2 for response generation. The schema on the right shows the process. So we first have the document graphs, then we have the knowledge selection, which returns the snippets that were, or sentences that were selected for integration into response. And then the dialogue context, that was also the input to knowledge selection, is input to response generation. The two of them are concatenated, and finally the response is produced and presented to the user. Next slide, please. And so here, these plots do show results from our knowledge selection. On both data sets, we have applied the original ranking methods that do use basically train ranking models for ranking the sentences of the knowledge sources. We compare that with just plain graph paths approach, with just plain graph without any attention and embedding computation, and then our full approach. So the document semantic graph, the graph paths, is useful. However, the addition of edge-aware, the graph attention network, is even more effective in terms of both metrics. So we compute mean average precision and accuracy of knowledge selection. And we do see, Wizard of Wikipedia has two splits. In one split, the test split, scene test split, the documents are not on the scene one, because if the topics are seen during training, the models can already learn from training examples without the help of inter-sentence connections. However, this is usually rarely the case in real conversations. It's almost impossible to see all possible document sources, usually. Next slide, please. And so knowledge selection is good intrinsic evaluation, but the goal of knowledge selection is to select snippets for response generation to produce better responses. So for these tasks, we usually also compute response generation performance. In this case, we are basically using the GPT-2-based model to generate responses for given knowledge sentences, and we compare it with other methods. For response generation, in the future experimentals, I'll show some results with automated evaluation, but usually we perform human evaluation because the automated metrics usually fall short of matching the human evaluation performance, which is usually more preferred. And for response generation, this approach results in more appropriate, more knowledgeable, and more engaging responses as well. Next slide, please. So this part basically wraps up the document semantic graphs. Now I would like to talk about how we integrate common sense knowledge into conversations. Next slide, please. So when humans interact with each other, they use what they know already in the conversations without even thinking about it. Common sense is shared knowledge and reasoning related to everyday situations. So we don't even think about it, it just naturally happens. We respond with commonsensical reactions. So this is very important for natural and reasonable sounding conversations. So, but it's also very challenging because it's happening in an inherent way. So we looked at, can we identify and evaluate common sense in conversations? And then we looked into models that can integrate common sense reasoning into response generation for conversational context. The next slide, please. So here we do again use knowledge-grounded response generation, where the knowledge in this case is the common sense knowledge. And there are multiple frameworks for capturing common sense knowledge. We are basically using mostly the concept net, but in some other experiments, other resources, such as Atomic as well. So on the right, you will see a small segment of, a snapshot from a small segment of concept net. Imagine a context where there's a person, Cameron, who decides to have a barbecue, gathers their friends together. So barbecue is related to grill, and then grill may be a term that can be included in a response for a dialogue in this context. For example, somebody can say, I like barbecue, does Cameron have a grill at home? By utilizing the two connections. Next slide, please. So we came up with a framework, think before you speak, that is basically a generative model. We train a unified generator that can both generate common sense knowledge, that has learned to generate common sense knowledge, and that learns to generate responses based on the common sense knowledge it generates. So it's a single model, an end-to-end approach. In this case, the H is the dialogue history, R denotes the response to be generated, and I is the implicit common sense knowledge. And we can use a special symbol to separate the tokens of the implicit common sense knowledge and the responses. But this basically comes to this. So there's the conversation context as depicted on the left-hand side. The model learns to produce some implicit knowledge. So for example, if somebody says, I need to buy sunflowers for my wife, the model produces inherent knowledge. Rose is a type of a flower, rose is a symbol of love, you're buying this to your wife, it may be a good option, and so on. response is generated. Perhaps you're interested in red roses. And this is what we are this common sense reasoning is what we are trying to achieve. Next slide, please. There are three problems. At least three problems one needs to be tackling in such a setup. The first one is we need training data to create this form of, to train models that can learn this form of common sense reasoning. How do we create this form of common sense knowledge aligned dialogues? Next question is how do we represent this knowledge? And then the other question is how do we elicit knowledge and the response for response generation? Next slide, please. So as I mentioned in the beginning, there are plenty of conversational data sets these days because of that are available for free use. We first thought of like, can we benefit from those dialogue data sets in our work? And next slide, please. We basically looked into benefiting from them. And one approach, one thinking was, can we actually use concepts on ConceptNet and their relationships to figure out when the users of these, when the speakers of these dialogues did some common sense reasoning. So we basically, on the right hand side, I have an example. We basically looked at terms that follow each other. We annotate concepts on each of these terms, such as nouns, verbs, adjectives. Then we queried the common sense knowledge to find these concepts. So in this example, sleepy and bad are two concepts. If the common sense knowledge graph includes a triple with these concepts, for example, bad is related to sleepy, then we mark those terms as these are the terms where the user could have done some common sense reasoning when they are formulating their responses. We basically looked at one hub connection in ConceptNet to find such terms. And we marked them as these are the dialogues that show commonsensical relations. We looked at three dialogue corpora, the daily dialogue corpus, empathetic dialogue corpus, and the mutual. On the right-hand side, you do see the percentage of conversations we were able to mine from these larger data sets that we think include common sense reasoning based on the ConceptNet triples. Next slide, please. However, since this is a distant supervision method, we don't know if there could be cases which are not fully accurate. Hence, we also collected some common sense, some dialogues that do show common sense reasoning in them. And for that purpose, we did, next slide please. For that goal, we relied on other corpus that is available currently, the social IQA. So social IQA is a large-scale common sense benchmark for social situations collected by AR2 and UDAP. It has 38,000 multiple choice questions with context, question, and answer triples. So I will show an example from social IQA. Context in this case is Alex spilled the food she just prepared. And then the question is, what will Alex want to do next? And then the multiple choice answers include taste the food, mop up, and run around in the mess. So one of them is the true or commonsensical reaction. The other two are negatives. So we did use the social IQA dataset to elicit dialogues that may show this form of commonsensical reaction. So we did show the context and the commonsensical reaction to the mechanical turkers, and then we asked them to write a dialogue where they are telling this event, where they are discussing this event with one of their friends. And through this, we have collected 25,000 common sense focused dialogues. We call it the common sense dialogues data set. It includes 6 turns on average per dialogue, and we do filter this data set for ensuring that these sequences do really appear in them. So it drops down to 11,000 dialogues that we use in further experimentation. Next slide, please. show that these are indeed actually demonstrating common sense reactions, we did form a commonsensical dialogue test set from each of, combining each of these test sets of each of these data sets. And we did train models with daily dialogue, with the empathetic dialogues, and so on. And also our collected common sense dialogue data sets. And as you can see, as we do use these collected crowdsourced and also filtered from existing dialogue data sets, with these collected dialogues, we can achieve very lower perplexity in estimating the common sensical reactions on the test set, showing that this data could be useful for common sense reasoning purposes. The dialogue data is available on GitHub repo for our team. I do have the QR code on the right if you would like to use it for future research. Please do so. And next slide, please. In addition to automated evaluation, because I was criticizing for response generation, automated evaluation is tricky. We usually also perform human evaluation, and then we did that on these dialogue data sets as well. So we formed a test set of 300 responses from each of these models. And we asked crowd workers on a scale of 1 to 10 to rate these terms in terms of plausibility of these responses in terms of common sense. And we also added human responses that were originally appearing in the test set to see whether humans are generating more commonsensical responses. And the table shows the average scores for each of these models from each of these data sets plus the human responses. And our data set, the filtered crowdsourced data set, results in the highest scores. Of course, there's still way to go for the human responses, which motivates the rest of our work. Next slide, please. So now let's look into the second problem, which is how to represent knowledge, the commonsensical knowledge, in the modeling. Next slide, please. We have tried multiple methods for this purpose. So the knowledge, common sense knowledge, comes in the form of a triple. We can use the triple in a flat form. We can say the triple is read is related to book. So this person, when they say, I really love to read my kid every night, they must be talking about books. We use this triple. We can also convert the triples into natural language. We can directly say read is related to book. At the end of the day, these language models are trained with natural language data, so probably this is a better representation. And we also tried yet another method, which is we call question answering. We take the triple and form a question and answer pair from the triple. What is read related to? Read is related to book. It is an extended version of the triple in natural language. So we tried all three ways of representing the common sense knowledge. Next slide, please. And the last question is basically, okay, now we have ways to represent knowledge. How do we elicit knowledge and response during response generation? Next slide, please. So similarly, there we can have different ways to represent both the response and the knowledge. The first approach that is commonly used in earlier literature is using special symbols. For example, to represent conversation context, we may use conversational styles like speaker 1 and speaker 2. And to represent knowledge, we can use special symbols for implicit knowledge, implicit beginning of implicit and end of implicit. That will mean that we represent the whole sequence as started as speaker 1, and then the tokens of that term, then the implicit token, then the common sense knowledge. The implicit closes speaker 2's turn starts, and then the turn of speaker 2. So we represent it as a long sequence with some special tags. The other approach is using natural language prompts. So this is motivated by more recent work that is using more and more natural language in tuning, instruction tuning, and so on of these models. So in this case, we can again have the speaker 1's turn and speaker 2's turn, but we can have some natural language instructions, like the following background knowledge is helpful for generating the response. response, and then we provide the knowledge snippets. And then next, grounded on the background knowledge, what does the speaker probably say in the next response? Then comes the speaker turn. So we can represent the dialogue context, knowledge, and the response in this natural language form as well. Next slide, please. And there are two ways to train these forms of models. The first one is end-to-end training. So we can train a single model that does generate all of them at once. So it can be probed with the dialogue context, the unbold-faced part, and then it is asked to generate the bold-faced part, that includes both the implicit knowledge and the speaker response. The other way is two-step training. So we can take the same training data and we can split each instance into two. And then the first part would generate the implicit knowledge given the dialogue context. And the second part would generate the response given the implicit knowledge and the dialogue context. So it's possible to have a two-step training approach as well. Next slide, please. And in our experiments, this corresponds to, we call our model as TBS, or think before you speak. To model corresponds to two-step training approach. And we compare our model in terms of automated metrics to a variety of state-of-the-art models. For example, dialogue fine-tune, KG comment, and so on. You see the citations next to the model names. Across, and we did perform the evaluation across many evaluation metrics. So these all require the ground truth response and compare the ground truth response with the generated response in terms of various forms of overlap metrics, including ones that are more precision and recall focused and so on. So here we use the star to indicate a statistical significant difference over the previous methods. And the TBS model, the single model, outperforms all baselines on most of the automated metrics. Next slide, please. However, we are not just satisfied with the automated metrics. We also do human evaluation. Again, about 300 terms are provided with responses from different models to crowd worker human evaluators. We usually ask multiple evaluators and then take their agreement, try to compute the majority voted and voting annotations in plotting these states. So we ask multiple questions like, are these responses grammatical? Are these responses coherent, engaging, informative, specific, commonsensical, and so on? Again, we are comparing with multiple methods, and the darkest colored bar shows our results, our average results. In terms of each of these metrics, human evaluation metrics, our method outperforms all the previous work, in many cases statistically significantly. And the model is especially good in terms of informativeness, specificity, and the common sense aspects. And common sense was the thing that we were actually targeting in this work, where we do generate the responses that are significantly better than any other models. Next slide, please. And finally, to analyze. So yes, these models can generate commonsensical responses, but are they also generating reasonable commonsensical knowledge? For that, we again perform manual evaluation. We asked crowd workers to answer 3 questions. And we again compare multiple methods. Is the generated common sense knowledge, is it novel or not? So novelty here refers to whether the generated knowledge is already included in ConceptNet or not. It's important for a model to generalize to more commonsensical knowledge after using what is in the ConceptNet already, so it's an important aspect. And for example, KG Comet is the model that we use for this purpose. It's trained, Comet is trained on atomic knowledge graph to learn more, to generate more commonsensical reactions. And Kenji Kome does pretty good in generating novel knowledge. Second question we ask does the generated knowledge make sense? And then the last question that we ask is this knowledge relevant to the conversation, to the dialogue context? So our model performs other earlier models in terms of make sense and relevance significantly. And around 85% of the time, the implicit knowledge that we generate makes sense and it's relevant to the dialogue context. So that shows that the model is not just learning to produce commonsensical responses, but it also produces the common sense knowledge. That could be useful, of course, for generating good responses, but that could also be useful for explaining the decisions of the models as well, which is becoming very important. Next slide, please. So this basically wraps up the work on common sense knowledge. Next two areas, structured and subjective knowledge, I will touch on them very briefly given the limited time. So we've also been looking into integrating structured knowledge into conversations. It's a recent paper that is going to be presented next month at SLT in Doha. Next slide, please. So basically here we do rely on conversational text-to-SQL tasks. So the goal here is, given a conversation, can we form structured queries like in SQL or Sparkle to a backend database? And their example related to calendar in my earlier example motivates this form of query. And there are already existing challenges for databases, Spider and PostSQL. I do have examples from Spider on the right. PostSQL is conversational. So given a conversation, you generate a SQL query. Next slide, please. And in our work, we are basically benefiting from these data sets while we are also forming more natural conversational data sets in the meantime. And our approach here is based on the Picard method, which is a sequence-to-sequence model with constraint decoding for text-to-SQL. It's an approach based on the T5 encoder-decoder model. So basically here, in text-to-SQL, the goal is to be able to interpret any form of database, any new database that was not seen during training. Hence, it's important to integrate, to encode in the input, not just the natural language context, but also the schema of the database. So the input, as shown at the bottom, the input to T5 encoder is basically the conversation context, the ML query, the name of the database, and the schema of the database. And the output during the decoding time basically uses constraint decoding. It uses an incremental parser for SQL queries to check whether the formed SQL query, whether the output is grammatical in SQL language. And if not, during deep search, those hypotheses are cancelled from the search space, and the search only continues with the hypotheses that are viable to result in a grammatical SQL query. Next slide, please. So we did evaluations. So constraint decoding and deep search sounds reasonable, but we can actually do more than that. We can actually generate multiple hypotheses and then operate amongst those, which is traditionally done very commonly in machine translation, speech recognition, and so on. So we thought, okay, we can actually try a similar approach. In this case, two metrics are used: exact match and execution match. Exact match checks if the formed generated query matches what the human annotator has written. Execution match checks the accuracy of the returned results based on the generated query in comparison to the ground truth query. And we can see that there's actually a large room for improving NL to text-to-SQL tasks if we can do MBES rescoring, basically generating a set of N hypotheses, and then picking the one, another one, not the top one, picking a query based on the overall characteristics of the query. It's not left-right that was happening decoding anymore. We have access to the full query, full SQL query. Next, please. We came up with many re-ranking methods. Two of them work the best. One of them is schema linking. So here on the depiction, on the left, you see the constraint decoding that generates a set of hypotheses. On the right, you do see the hypothesis for SQL queries. On the right, you do see the embedded list ranking. We came up with two that are pretty good. One is schema linking. So schema linking basically looks at the full query, looks at the slot values and slot names and slot values in the constraints of the workflows, and then checks whether they appear in the end database, whether something that is matching or similar appear in the end database, and tries to repair the query as well. The query plan is different. We do train binary classifiers that get the input natural language query and try to guess whether certain clauses should appear in the SQL query, like should an order by be in the query, should an intersect be in the query, and so on. And then with these decisions from the multiple binary classifiers, it looks at the embedded list and then eliminates the hypotheses that are not obeying what the classifiers suggest. For example, if the classifiers say there should be an intersect, the top hypothesis doesn't have an intersect in the SQL query, we delete that from the embedded list and then pick the one that is the highest afterwards, that has the highest probability afterwards. And with this approach, we have seen improved performance both on the Spider and the PostSQL datasets that I mentioned earlier. And we are currently working into getting the database and then the results from the database for structured processing is one step, which is similar to knowledge selection. And we are also looking into how to generate responses based on the dataset results in our current work. Next slide, please. And the next area, final area that I will touch on briefly is subjective knowledge. Next slide, please. So in conversations, be task-oriented or open domain, users oftentimes have need for subjective information. For example, they may ask, does this hotel have high-quality breakfast for their guests? Or is this movie exciting? More subjective information, which can help the users make a decision on how to proceed with the task. And such information are usually found on the web, on user reviews, professional reviews, and so on. Without such information, users may not be able to complete the overall task. For example, in this example, it's booking a hotel. The user is trying to book a hotel. So our goal is to mine this form of subjective knowledge from the web and integrate them into conversations. And we define 3 tasks for this purpose. First one is, we detect those terms that need subjective information in the response. Second, how do we bring the subjective information from the sources that we have that are related to the conversation, that are requested in the conversation context. And then the last task is generating response based on the retrieved knowledge. So we propose tasks in dialogues, systems, technology challenges. This is the biggest challenge event for the dialogue community. Every year there are 4 or 5 tracks. We have been organizing tracks in many of the previous years. This year we are proposing this as a subjective information integration task in the SDC 11. Next slide, please. So there we have defined the 3 tasks that I mentioned that are pipeline. And we do provide reviews from variety of knowledge sources. In this case, actually, due to the availability information, we also formulated reviews using crowdsourcing. And the datasets include conversational dialogue datasets using augmenting the multi-voice dialogue corpora with this form of subjective knowledge-seeking terms. And each term is marked whether it is knowledge-seeking or not. If it is knowledge-seeking, what is the related documents for that term, and what should be the response. next month. And the test set, so we also provide a test data set, which will be released mid-March. And finally, we do collect results from multiple systems, and we use human evaluation and automated evaluation at the component level. For human evaluation, which is can turn out to be expensive, but we do fund the human evaluation on the top systems for more accurate ranking of these systems, and announce the results at the end of the challenge in April. So there is more information. I included the QR code for the track proposal. There is more information in the proposal. Hopefully it would attract some attention here as well. Next slide, please. And I'm looking forward to how the challenge results will turn out, because it's usually a big learning experience for us and for the participating teams as well. So in summary, the last decade has been super exciting for conversational AI research. Very exciting times. And following the recent advancements in the last decade, this progress helped us realize what are the newer challenges, what are the more important, biggest challenges. For example, they help emphasize the importance of reasoning over a diverse set of external knowledge and task completion resources for forming relevant, informative, and accurate responses to the users. I tried to present an overview of our recent work on integrating these diverse knowledge resources and the progress we have made so far in them. And there are other resources that unfortunately time is limited today, but for more work, do please take a look at our webpage at Amazon site's website. And I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are any questions. Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it was a wonderful presentation. Thank you for sharing this natural language processing knowledge with us. So the public tiene alguna pregunta en español. Entonces, ¿hay una pregunta? José? You can come. We have audio issues sometimes, so that's why he's approaching.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, here. I have a curiosity about the external source of data, more details, please.
Yes. So we do use Wikipedia frequently for external sources. We do use customer reviews, IMDb, movie reviews, Goodreads movie reviews. These are Amazon resources, so we can use them. Unfortunately, we cannot share them. So in the challenges that we propose, so that we can all study reviews, we actually provide crowdsourced reviews, we share them, so we can all learn from them. Besides these, we do have search engines, all of common crawl data that is released in common crawl. We can use them as useful information sources. In addition to curated content, like for example for things like movies, we do have plots and summaries and so on from Wikipedia, but also from these sources like IMDb as well. And then the idea going towards more structured knowledge is actually being able to, currently we do have knowledge graphs that combine a lot of information, but we also hope to be able to integrate all forms of tables on the web, all forms of tables from vendors. Like for example, a game happens, the information is presented in a table, we should be able to benefit from that in the conversation. Or the customer themselves may have tabular information, like in the form of their calendars, or other forms of tabular information. We hope to be able to integrate them as well. So knowledge sources keeps increasing. Every time we are like, okay, well, what else can come in here? Any form of sensors, for example, in the home environments, could be the knowledge sources, right? Like, for example, humans consume most of this in a very easy way, and then when they know that they don't know, like they look up the internet or something. For the analog systems, it's not as trivial. Like ideally, it should be like a human, superhuman, in the sense that it can access all of these knowledge sources and then consume them in much shorter time than humans. But I think the field is evolving in that direction, but progress is happening slowly.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Any other question? I have one question about text generation. I have Alexa as well at home. So when I try polemic topics like what do you think about Conservative Party, I mean the Republican Party, what do you think about Trump? They don't provide like the knowledge that is extracted from Twitter. So why is very diplomatic Alexa when responds to these kind of polemic topics? It's because it's for these polemic topics the setting is like responding with I mean the setting is biased there. I mean the responses are biased because you try to respond to these polemic questions like in a diplomatic way.
It's a tricky situation. Very good question. Hard question also. So there are multiple issues. So first, some knowledge sources are not available. For example, Twitter database. Twitter's or the customers of Twitter property. So we do not have access to all possible sources that we can consume, which is an unfortunate fact, but it is what it is. The second thing is, ideally, an analog system should be able to understand and provide information in a personalized way, right? Like, because what you want to hear may be different than what somebody else wants to hear, or the level of the content. Because there are kids, there are more senior people who are very knowledgeable. The leveling of the content should be different as well. So these are a lot of issues that we focus. But besides, like when it goes into these sensitive topics, you also have to be kind of like politically correct. So these are like all the challenges. Like it's a very difficult problem. These are all the challenges that we are trying to tackle. And oftentimes, when it goes into a quite sensitive topic, we may actually decide, like, okay, I don't know that topic much, like let's talk about something else. Because you can imagine there are all forms of people asking for, like politics is not that sensitive, but they're also very sensitive topics. So yeah, it's quite challenging to give the right response in those cases. And it's like a language generation researchers nightmare. It's an interesting problem, but at the same time, things shouldn't go wrong, basically.
Yeah, right. But my question was, since I mean I had just diplomatic responses for these polemic questions, was what is the main source to these polemic questions? Like, what do you think about abortion? Sometimes I'm just playing around with Alexa and I'm asking her, Alexa, what do you think about abortion? Are you okay for it or not? It doesn't say yes or not. It says abortion, it's a law, blah, 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 a federal law, and now it's not a federal law. So what is the main source for this polemic, questions?
Science.
What did you say, sorry?
Do we expect it to take science? Because it's like we try not to take science.
No, it wasn't that. It was mainly the source where it generates text. It might be Wikipedia, maybe, because if it takes Twitter is going to be very biased, and you're going to have people that are okay for abortion and are going to be for abortion or this kind of
saw that you were training GPT-2. What about GPT-3? And have you ever tried as well OPG that it comes from Facebook and it's open source?
GPT-3 we cannot, because it's not released in an open source fashion. OPTs for sure. We do use versions like OPT66 and so on. We do have our own large language models as well, the Alexa teacher model. Those we do use as well in many comparisons. It does actually, it's smaller than OPTs, but it does pretty good in comparison. So we do try, but the tricky thing is the larger usually the better, but it's also the more expensive and not environmentally careful. So we're trying approaches where we go, me personally, we go more frugally in the sense that, okay, let's just push the boundaries, but let's see where we can get the more advancements. Because I do really believe in the knowledge integration rather than just assuming. We toss in big data, it learns a lot, but you should toss in the big data for the large model in a more knowledge-aware fashion. So in that case, you don't really need that large. So that's the approach that we are following, basically.
Thank you. ¿Otra pregunta? No. And the last one for me, from my side, about ConceptNet, because you're using ConceptNet. What about, because it's basically it's a knowledge, it's kind of a knowledge graph. What about for the general domain? Are you doing something special as well for when it's related to health? For example, a person that is just make a question, what do I need to lose weight? So health-related questions, how do you do there? What are you using?
The problem with, in general, the knowledge graphs is it's very hard to curate. We try to take as long as it's represented in the form of triples, we should be able to use them, or if it is a database, we should still be able to use them. And then focus more on the methodology and then integrating the resources as they become available. But yeah, so there are large sources for that purpose also. We haven't looked into the medical domain as much. It's more like more conversations about the world. Because most Alexa customers, they talk about movies, books, things that are happening in the news. But yeah, that's a super important area as well. It's a little bit probably a little bit more tricky, the medical domain, but yeah.
Okay, well, we are really thankful for your presentation and for accepting our invitation virtually as well, and hopefully we're going to have you next edition. And let's thank Dr. Gilek, please, with applause.
It has been a pleasure, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
A ver, si funciona, ¿no? ¿Sí me escuchan? Bueno, muchachos, hemos llegado al final de Simbic del 2022. Finalmente, después de la pandemia, se pudo hacer en persona. Agradecemos mucho el interés de ustedes. Espero hayan podido hacer conexiones con la gente que ha venido de afuera, con gente que ha venido de otras universidades igualmente. Y bueno, nos vemos el próximo año. Hay temas que vamos a ir anunciándolos por correo igualmente o por la web. Por ejemplo, los premios que estamos otorgando son alrededor de $1,100 que se están otorgando a los mejores papers. En uno de ellos está acá el autor, que es Pablo, que viene de Argentina y ahora está trabajando en Germany, right, en Alemania. Y él ha ganado un premio de $300. Tienen un compañero de San Marcos, Joaquín Bernabé, creo, y él se ha hecho acreedor de $150 igualmente. Y hay por ahí otros más que no recordamos sus nombres. Así que si tienen alguna pregunta, igualmente los certificados se van a mandar PDF por correo. Cualquier consulta, háganos al correo de Simbic, por favor, los muchachos de informática, pónganlo abajo, al pie de la página del sitio web. Al pie, un poco más. Nos escriben a los correos. Ustedes hacen clic a cada uno de ellos, de nosotros, nuestros perfiles, nos escriben al correo y les vamos a dar las respuestas. Hugo, si tienes algo más que agregar, si no, podemos pasar unos 5 minutos si tienen alguna pregunta del público.
No, creo de mi parte nada más, solamente agradecerles nuevamente, agradecer a la universidad por su acogida, por la organización, la impecable organización que ha tenido. Hemos llegado y todo estaba organizado, teníamos los photochecks preparados, teníamos los coffee breaks preparados, teníamos toda la parte logística preparada, entonces eso cuesta mucho en tiempo, cuesta mucho en esfuerzo y no lo hubiéramos podido hacer si no fuera por la universidad. Entonces quería agradecerles muchísimo a la universidad.
Eso sí, realmente un aplauso para la universidad, para la comitiva. Realmente agradecidos con las autoridades, el decano, Carlos Navarro, con Nora Lacerna y con Fermín Pérez, su profesor, que ellos tres han estado siempre siguiendo los pasos de Simbic. Asimismo, Lilian y todo el personal de la FISI, muchas gracias por todo. No recuerdo el nombre de la que está al costado de Lilian, igualmente nos ha ayudado mucho acá con los photochecks. Soy malo para los nombres, pero bueno, muchísimas gracias, muchachos. Muchísimas gracias a RTV igualmente, que ha estado filmando todo el evento. Y bueno, ¿tienen alguna pregunta? Si no, estamos dando por clausurado el evento.
Una pregunta allá al fondo.
Las grabaciones tienen que ir a acosarlo al muchacho que está atrás, que es RTV. Ellos son los propietarios de los videos. ¿Cómo? ¿De los correos electrónicos de quiénes?
Sí, las presentaciones las pasamos a correo.
Mira, todas las presentaciones las tienen el grupo de la FISI, ¿cómo se llama
Pedro.
Las tienen. Entonces ellos, la FISI las puede colgar en un servidor y las pueden descargar ustedes cuando deseen.
Si no, por correo a los expositores también.
Ellos mismos, es público, dijeron. ¿Otra pregunta más? ¿Alguna pregunta más? Sí. El próximo Simbic normalmente esperemos que se dé entre agosto y septiembre. ¿Por qué agosto y septiembre? Elegimos esa fecha porque Europa, Canadá y Estados Unidos normalmente tienen vacaciones y es donde aprovechan más enviar sus artículos y vienen más investigadores del extranjero durante esas fechas, casi siempre. Y se va a realizar en Perú, no sabemos si se va a quedar en Lima o se irá a provincia todavía. Eso lo comunicaremos, me imagino, en los próximos meses.
Sí, por si acaso también tenemos los proceedings que van a ser publicados y se anunciarán, me imagino, las primeras, segunda semana de diciembre tal vez, y se tendrán en enero posiblemente, ¿cierto? Primera semana, segunda semana de enero, fines de enero. Entonces podrán también ver todos los artículos que han sido publicados en Simbic, que estarán disponibles en Springer. Entonces también hay que estar atentos a las publicaciones para ver, si ustedes están interesados en un subpaper, pues pueden descargar y pues leer los artículos para que se enteren más, si les ha gustado uno.
Así es. Y bueno, creo que nos olvidamos, pero muchas gracias a los estudiantes voluntarios. Los hemos estado molestando acá, allá a los muchachos igualmente. Un aplauso para ellos, realmente. Muchas gracias. Y bueno, que tengan un buen viernes y a disfrutar el fin de semana. Hasta luego.